never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. President Trump's signature will appear on U.S. paper currency for the first time ever for a sitting president alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
President Trump will have his signature appear on future U.S. paper currency alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in order to mark the nation's 250th anniversary. Treasury officials say the move reflects confidence in economic growth, dollar dominance, and fiscal stability. This historic first will put a sitting president's signature on U.S. bills for the very first time. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Pennsylvania lawmakers have paused the Women's History Month resolution after a debate over defining woman.
In Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, a resolution honoring March as Women's History Month was temporarily shelved after a Republican amendment proposed defining woman in the text. What was expected to be a quick symbolic vote turned into a surprising floor moment, sparking laughter in the chamber. Democrats, holding a slim majority, opted not to vote on the amendment, while Republicans say the issue raises questions about how to celebrate women's achievements. The resolution could return to debate in the coming weeks. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Several Jeffrey Epstein survivors are suing the Department of Justice and Google over the release of their personal information. The class action lawsuit alleges the DOJ outed approximately 100 survivors in documents that were released in late 2025 and early 2026. The complaint also said, quote, even after the government acknowledged the disclosure violated the rights of the survivors and withdrew the information, online entities like Google continuously republish it, refusing victims' pleas to take it down. Bipartisan groups of lawmakers have also accused the Trump administration of failing to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
You've no doubt heard the proverb, variety is the spice of life, but experts say that is not the case when it comes to losing weight.
Researchers say eating the same meals over and over boosts weight loss. Psychologist Charlotte Hageman of the Oregon Research Institute led the study and says reasons include steady caloric intake as well as dietary consistency. The study, based on daily food logs kept by obese or overweight adults in 12-week weight loss programs across Oregon and Pennsylvania, is published in the journal Health Psychology. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The White House says it hasn't received a response from Iran to its 15-point plan for a ceasefire. At a gathering of G7 leaders in France on Friday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio added Iranian officials have not clarified who would take part in the negotiations. Rubio said the U.S. is not asking European countries to take part in military operations against Iran, but added those nations did have an incentive to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Rubio blasted a plan by Iran to start imposing toll fees for ships using the strait. He went on to say, we can achieve all our objectives without deploying ground troops in Iran. A Marriott hotel in Ohio is facing a lawsuit after a black guest said he was denied a room and told, quote, you people can't stay here, before police were called, with the company now under scrutiny as it reviews the incident and allegations. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
I started going cold turkey. Well, at least when I'm in the car.
I know I shouldn't do it, but it's so hard to stop. That's why I hide it.
Do it all the time. I stopped by locking it in my glove compartment.
My friend used to do it way too much. Now I turn it off when we're in the car.
My solution is simple. I just don't do it.
There are lots of ways to stop yourself and others from texting and driving. How will you stop? Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty then, without further ado, I do believe it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Hey, it's a little cool, but the sun is out, the winds has calmed, and we are ready to kick off our final edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from Louisville, Kentucky. Hard to believe we're rolling into day number 3 of the Mid-America Truck Show. So here we are. Welcome aboard. Good to have you with us out there. Yeah, went from 86 degrees Thursday to frost on the windshield here on Saturday morning. Hey, sun's out. We're going to warm up to about 52 degrees, I believe, for this afternoon. Should be a great day to get out here. Beautiful, comfortable to get out and see the beautiful show trucks. Glad to have you with us. Well, it's been a rambunctious last couple of days. Got a full lineup of guests coming your way here for our Saturday edition. Looking forward to talking to the women in trucking coming up in our second hour. Jennifer Hedrick, the new boss, well, for the last couple of years, will be joining us. Several other of the women in trucking. Going to be talking to some of our diesel racers. Austin Denny should be joining us. Adam Spragan, I think we've got another, what's his name? Michael Dalton. Those are all names that you're familiar with. Hello, Kyle.
What's up, Steve?
Here we are.
We are. Day 3.
Rolling into day 3 already. I'll take it.
And I feel bad again for these trucks out there. They had the rain yesterday. Then you said they got the frost today.
Frost this morning.
They spent all Tuesday, Wednesday making them all nice and shiny, but the lot still looks good out there.
I think Thursday was. I don't know when the judging was. I think it was Thursday. Maybe they had an opportunity to see them when they were all spiffed up.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
All right. So how we doing here?
Doing great. It's I say it every time we sit down. It's just another record year for us. So. Just happy to see how much we've grown with this Class 6-8 market, and thanks a lot to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive for help getting the good word of Hot Shot Secret out there. So it's always fun to gather here each year for Mats and see all our friends. It's been great.
I know that a lot of folks can't make it in, and I was kind of looking through the show notes that Josh had sent my way. For those around the country who maybe can't make it here, there are some deals going on the website right now. And Hot Shots are giving away an 8-ounce bottle of the premium Defender.
Oh, yeah?
That's the new DEF Defender
It is.
stuff. And I wasn't aware. I thought that was a wintertime thing. But Kevin Kruger kind of explained to me, you can get crystallization in your DEF fluid at any time of year.
Sure. Yeah. Don't mix it up with an anti-gel in the fuel.
Right.
That's your winter product there. No, this is for treating your DEF fluid, and we're seeing more and more issues with that. And one of the big problems is the crystallization, and it needs air to crystallize. So it's really unique. Is one of the best preventatives, and we tell people this with their fuel tanks, is keep them topped off. The more you keep them topped off, the less chance for condensation and moisture to build up inside the tank. Well, on the fuel side, on the DEF side, that allows those crystals to grow, and the crystals start to create a lot of problems. They get down to the injector tip, because your DEF system has an injector just like your fuel system does. So you can really clog up that injector and get, bad spray patterns, and then it starts getting worse. And one of the things that we're seeing now, we've gotten some failed DEF systems, and we keep going to shops and saying, hey, all those failed ones that are, you've got on the trash back there, we'd love to take them to our lab and take a look. And one of the biggest things we're seeing now also is the floater in there. Just like you've got a floater for a fuel tank, there's a floater to let you know how much DEF you have.
Okay.
And that rod that it rides on gets crystallized, and then you're starting to get misreads of how much DEF you have.
Kind of like the calcium buildup in your toilet tank.
There you go.
Right? The little floater thing that gets all crusted
There
up.
you go. Man, see, I love these good analogies. This is how I do things.
So the DEF Defender, that's the newer product. Only been out for about, 6-8 months or something like that?
Absolutely.
Free 8-ounce bottle with every $50 order on the website, hotshotsecret.com right now. That's only good till April 11th, so if you haven't tried the Defender, how do you call it? DEF Fender or just Defender? Or
Defender.
Defender for the DEF. Another new product you guys had come up with recently was the Blue Diamond S8 Severe Duty Gear Oil.
Yeah.
Explain that to me, because...
Well, I'll tell you, this is like one of those good examples of us working closely with some of our partners out there. And for a long time, we've had 3 different viscosities of gear oil, a 7590, an 8110, and a 85 W140. So we had one of our good partners, and I'll shout them out, a Michigan MD alignment up there. They reached out to us and they said, hey, there's a weight of this gear oil that's very popular in a lot of these trucks, and the prices have gone through the roof for no reason. And we said, that's interesting. So we looked into it, and we found that we can formulate that spec to that fluid because that market needs it. And it was just one of those situations where there was only one good option on the market, and sometimes, these lubricant companies tend to get, gougy with it, and that's just like we don't like it on the snake oil side of things when they're putting fillers in the product and trying to squeeze out some margin and revenue that way. Well, another thing is when you're the only supplier in the market and you start raising your prices, it pinches these fleets, and they've got to change their fluids, and the only other option they have is to let them try to extend it further so they don't have as much cost on the fluids, and then the problems start to happen. Okay. So we took it to the lab. We met and exceeded the spec because, we like to over-engineer everything.
Absolutely.
And then we had the option to go out there and put it back to the cost that it was at. So that new gear oil is now available, and back at the price these guys have been used to seeing. So we're happy to do that and return that to the market for these guys.
Okay, a product I think many folks had been anticipating. Some had called in when Josh was on. You got a tick fix.
We do.
That was a specific product. Is that for gas engines only, or?
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
So my daughter's got I think it's a Nissan Sentra. It's got the tick. I don't know if there's certain vehicles that are more prone to it. Is there a specific vehicle that this is when she fires her vehicle up, it's got the tick, tick, tick?
Sure. Yeah, it is kind of like, you remember our Stiction Eliminator, the way that we originally formulated that for the Huey injector?
Right.
But I like to tell everybody, it's still an oil side engine cleaning, so it's going to clean the whole engine, plus get into those Huey injectors and the diesel system to clean it out. Well, we're seeing a big problem on the oil side on gasoline. There is some targets for these. LS engines are very famous for the lifter issues. The Gen 3 Hemis, even the Ford Coyote motors, anything that has start-stop technology, which is becoming more and more popular.
I hate it.
I do too. I turn that stuff off. I tell you, the first time I had a rental car that had it, and I'm sitting there going, from what I know about lubrication, it can't be good to be shutting this engine down and firing up and going and shutting down. And it's true. And what's happening is you got a hot cylinder. And the other example is the multiple displacement engines. The engine's like a V8 that shuts down 4 cylinders for mileage. Well, you still have extremely hot cylinders, and you're still, as soon as you cease putting oil in there, it starts to coke up. And then you start getting these carbon deposits. Well, guess who's pretty good at cleaning carbon deposits out of engines?
Hot shot secret.
You got it.
Yeah.
So we're really hitting the gas market hard on that. The new product is called Tick Fix and Protect. What's unique about this is the first time we've ever engineered an oil additive with engine oil already in it. So this bottle is designed for easy application. It's 1 quart. You just replace 1 quart of oil with this bottle. And it already has a Group 3 synthetic oil blended into it with the additive package ready to go. So there's no confusion about how many ounces per quart we have to dose. It's just substitute 1 quart of oil for this product, and you're good to go.
If I've got a 10W30 or a 5W30 or some of the older 10, there's still 10W40 vehicles out there. I mean,
not as much on the gas side anymore.
Okay.
They're down to 0.16s and stuff now. They've gotten really thin.
So this can be blended with any
100%.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
It is.
I've got to get a quart of that and try that out with the next oil change.
Well, I know a guy. Might be able to help you out there.
All right, I was looking at our schedule here. I know you're on the road all the time. Coming up here, I guess what is that this weekend? You're not going to be able to be there. This is the 28th.
We are down. You talking about Diesel Truck Wars
in North Carolina?
Yes, sir. Mr. Trey Sykes is down there. I just got off the phone with him. So hope those guys have. I heard they had some storms roll through yesterday, but they're off and running today, and that's
a one-day event. That's kicking off probably this morning.
They're rolling right now.
Right. Okay.
So shout out to the guys down in North Carolina. I hope they have a great day down there. It's always a really cool event in Diesel Truck Wars.
You're going to be on the road. Are you going to be in Vegas? You got the American Towman Show Place. What is that?
It's a tow show.
Okay.
It's a towing industry show, so we'll be out there as well. And my schedule, what you're seeing, it's pretty thin April. It's my it's my last spring break before I think May 1st through November 1st. I'm on the road. So
okay, because that same weekend you got the I've kind of wondered, you got to pick and choose where you're going to be. You can't be in two places. You can't be in Las Vegas and Rockingham at the same time.
I'm supposed to be. I got to figure that
out. so Rockingham, that's one of your Outlaw Diesel Super Series events.
That kicks off the Outlaw Diesel Super Series 2026 season. So we're looking for the season opener on that. We just had the kickoff to our NHRDA season just a few weeks ago in Arizona. Awesome truck show out there, and one of the fun things about the NHRDA, if you remember, we run big rigs in that series. So if you've got a big rig and you want to, we have it all the time. We see trucks drive by on the highway and they pull in and say, "What's going on here?" And they see a big truck show, and then we let them know, you can run this down the racetrack. So we see guys all the time drop their trailer, and they always say, don't take any pictures of me. I don't need to know the boss. I'm running the truck down the track.
Right. So that's Rudy's Truck Jam.
No, that was the Arizona one from NHRDA. Rudy's Truck Jam's coming up. That's the Outlaw Diesel kickoff.
Okay,
which we're going to have Austin Denny up here soon. He'll be one of our racers down there for the season kickoff at Rockingham too.
Okay, all right. So that's Austin. I recognize him.
Oh yeah, you talked to Austin the last few years. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So we got him coming up momentarily. For the folks coming in out there in listener land here for our final day, house sales. Do we still have any package deals left?
We do have a few of the bundle deals, which is 2 gallons of Diesel Extreme and 2 gallons of EDT, and we throw in a nice Hot Shot Secret banner with that. Lowest price we've ever sold that, so it's a nice bundle deal. Once those are gone, they're gone. We're still got some free samples left of our EDT for anybody that wants to stop by the booth. We give you 8 ounces of EDT that can treat 200 gallons. We got an awesome dealer special going on. So if you have a fleet or a diesel shop that you want to start using Hot Shot Secret products at, we've got great feature going on with that. And we got a cool tractor in the booth too, just to come take pictures with and
yes,
and
I've seen a lot of people taking pictures. And somebody said, "How many horsepower is that?" I said, "I think it's 10,000."
10,000 plus. Yeah. Each one of those engines clear at least 2,500. So yeah, it's a 10,000. Can you imagine too? I mean, there's nothing more to it. It's a seat with a big old frame sticking down the middle and 4 engines hanging off.
4 engines, yeah.
And it's those things are fun to watch.
I can't help but wonder what it sounds like.
It's loud. It's insanely loud. I think I told you that when he had his test pole a couple weeks ago, it was an indoor pole that they allowed him to come make an exhibition pole because he had just got it. He wanted to do a shakedown pole on it. And he brought all some
of the rafter things, the ceiling tiles or whatever.
Took them all down.
Wow.
And they said, "You're not allowed back here anymore."
That's awesome.
It is obnoxiously loud, but it's fun. You feel it. You feel it in your chest when that thing rollers.
And you probably have to put your fingers in your ears.
You do. Which, it's fun. I'm always out shooting video and taking media and everything. Sometimes when I see these lining up, especially these modifieds of that, I'll kind of turn and take some of the B-roll of the crowd, and I'll focus in on somebody that looks like it's their first time there, and watching their reaction of covering their ears up real quick because they weren't expecting it to be that loud. It's always a good time.
We signing up some fleet folks here. I see. I mean, for those who maybe can't be here at the show, I know you've been signing some up. Tells me that if you operate a fleet, call Hot Shot Secret, find how to decrease your cost, your maintenance cost.
And we love to work with fleets like that. A lot of times a fleet might not know where to start. And if you give us a call, we can get you in touch with one of our account executives. We can get you in touch with our R&D. We love to set up some testing. So it's kind of worry-free. So instead of saying, I don't know if I want to spend a bunch of money on a new lubricant program and not really sure if it's going to work, or, if you got questions, give us a call. Mm-hmm. We can set up some A/B testing. So let's get a couple of your trucks.
Test it on a couple of your rigs and see what the difference is. Right. And they say, hey, I'm getting X number more fuel, miles per gallon, and it's saving me money. And
absolutely. And
let's get it in all of our rigs.
Exactly. And we're happy to partner with that because we want to show you it works, and so that you have confidence in starting a nice maintenance program with your fleet.
Okay. And for those out there in listener land, you always get 10% off if you're a first responder.
Yep.
Veteran or active duty military.
Yep.
If you're a CDL holder,
yep,
that's 10% if you order at hotshotsecret.com. Another 10%, so make it 20% off if you use the coupon code Overnight Drive.
There you go.
For those who can't make it in, for those who can make it in, you're going to get the best deal right here in Louisville right now. 30% off.
They're getting an extra 10 just for stopping by the booth here.
Yeah. Hey, you want to sit for a minute and welcome Austin in here?
Absolutely.
Austin Denny's going to be our first guest of the day. He's one of our Outlaw Diesel Super Series guys. We'll check in 2.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
There we go. Welcome aboard as we all gather around. Kicking off our final day at the Mid-America Truck Show here in Louisville, Kentucky. I think it should be a gangbuster day. Beautiful day to see the shiny trucks outside, inside. Welcome aboard, Austin. What is this, 3 years in a row now we've sat down and had a chat at the Mid-America Truck Show?
I believe it is. It's third year in a row.
Yep, so you just rolled in here today?
Yeah, I only live in Indianapolis, so we just run down for the day real quick and pretty much come down to see everybody, see Kyle, look at some cool trucks, and then bus butt back north so we can get back to work.
Got the whole family here.
Yeah.
Did you roll in a 200-mile-an-hour vehicle or the family car?
We took the Explorer.
the family truck.
Oh, yeah.
So, give us an update. What's going on? We were just talking about, I guess, the season, Outlaw Diesel Super Series season's about to get underway here in a few weeks.
It's completely jam-packed right now. We took on another build this winter, so now we're adding a fourth truck to the fleet, and might have bit off a little more than I can chew, but as always, we'll get
You're
it
good
ready
at doing
going.
that.
So, I mean, fourth truck to the fleet. How many you have?
Well,
how many drivers you got?
Me.
Now, how do you're racing two per event or three in a?
Last year I did race two at most of the events. I raced a Pro Street truck and a Pro Mod. We would pretty much push the Pro Mod up to the line. She would drive the Pro Mod up to the line, and I'd drive the Pro Street truck. Pro Street ran before Pro Mod, so I'd race the Pro Street truck, and somebody'd be down at the end of the track waiting for me with like a little moped, and I'd just keep my fire suit on and run to the starting line and jump in the other truck and make a pass in it.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, keeps them busy, huh?
Yep. So you're looking forward to the new season? I mean, you have the winter months, right? And that's where you go through. If memory serves, you like to blow stuff up.
I mean, I don't like doing it. It just seems to happen when you're trying to push the envelope of a platform that there's not. I'm not like everybody else with a Cummins that can just look at it. I don't have a playbook to go off of. I'm the one writing the playbook at this point, it seems like, for 6 liters for drag racing. So I'm kind of in a lot of uncharted territory. And
you know, Steve, it's one of those things where this is why I love these diesel guys so much. There's a lot easier ways to do this. You can go buy an LS motor and race and be cheap and make power and go fast and have fun. Mm-hmm. These guys decide to do it with diesel engines, and it's like it complicates the issue. It makes it 10 times more expensive. It makes it 10 times more. There's no way of doing half these things. Well, then even inside that world, people have figured it out through the Cummins platform a lot easier and stuff. This guy still loves the 6-liter Power Strokes, which it's a Huey injector.
Right.
They're problematic on over the road. The Lord knows that because Hot Shot Secret was born on that. You know,
right.
This guy has taken that problem truck that created our company, and to this day in 2026 campaigns them on the racetrack, and is an insanely fast way. So he's starts with an uphill battle.
So is it a fair assumption that you run stick shift eliminator pretty regular?
we run everything. That's the secret. I was getting ready to tell Kyle, I got to place an order before we leave because we're going to the Hub Dyno next week, actually, with Mr. Ryan Milliken with the Lightning, which is the Pro Mod down at S&S, to start getting that thing dialed in, ready to go here. We're right at 3.5 weeks or 4 weeks before Rudy's. So.
And I caught a peek of the Pro Mod. She's pretty.
Yeah. Well,
she's pretty.
I mean, last time you saw it in person, it wasn't looking too good because it was wadded up in a wall.
Yeah, I did. We had our partners out at where was that? That was in Kentucky, right?
Bowling Green.
Yeah, we were at Bowling Green last year, not far from here, and for our Outlaw Diesel race that's in Kentucky, and we had one of our TV partners out there filming, and just got done filming Austin in the pits and showcasing this Pro Mod that he's going to be running on the track, and he goes out there and kind of put it in the wall.
Oops.
Man, it was all going really good until about 300 feet. Then it took an abrupt turn to the right into the wall.
Yeah.
Is that like a tire let go, or?
The intercooler decided to explode and leak a bunch of water off one side of the track. So the second it lost traction, the left side tire drove around, and
boom.
Before I could do anything, I was going about 110 mile an hour straight into a wall.
Wow.
It happened quick.
And then there was arguments with the EMTs because I have 2 trucks, so I was not ready to be done racing for the day.
And they wanted to take you to the care center and check you out.
They wanted to take me to the hospital.
Oh.
I had to sign some papers saying, like, yeah, I'm fine. It's all good.
Hold the thought. We got to pause there as we hit the news break here, but we've got plenty to come your way. Lots more coming. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Some California residents are reporting swarms of so-called eye-biting flies. Sharon Reardon reports.
The biting black flies have been spotted in the San Gabriel Valley, including in Azusa, Glendora, Monrovia, and Altadena. Officials say insect repellent containing DEET will help keep the pests away. And on a positive note, the biting black flies do not transmit disease. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Savannah Guthrie gave her first detailed interview since her 84-year-old mother, Nancy Guthrie, vanished from her Arizona home. The White House is reportedly allowing Middle East officials to act as mediators in an effort to end the war in Iran. President Trump had given Iran until next Friday to open the Strait of Hormuz or face an attack on its energy infrastructure. On Thursday, Trump said he was extending the deadline by 10 days until April 6th, because talks are going very well. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, good to have you on board live from the Mid-America Truck Show. Here we find ourselves, day number 3, Louisville, Kentucky. Roll on in. Gonna be a beautiful day. Back with Austin Denny, Kyle Fisher hanging out with us, racing, ready to kick off a new season. Yeah, we were talking about blowing stuff up. You were out at the Salt Flats last year. It wasn't him that blew up the vehicle up there?
No, but ironically, the one who blew that up, Ryan Milliken, is the one he just said he's going to go get on the dyno for. So Ryan still has a chance to blow something that's not his up again if he blows Austin's stuff up. So we hope he doesn't do that.
Well, I don't think Ryan has anything anymore. He's always just blowing other people's stuff up now.
One thing cool I want to tell you about Steve, one of his many trucks that he's got a new one coming, like he needs more, but it's for this new 72 Fast class. It's a new class that they are launching at Ultimate Callout Challenge this year. That's our big diesel Super Bowl every year, if you remember, at Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis. The Ultimate Callout Challenge guys compete for 3 days. They do a dyno, a drag pull, and then a sled pull, and for combined points for an ultimate champion type of thing. Mm-hmm. We also have our Outlaw Diesel Super Series that runs the series alongside of that, so it's a really big event. And now, this year, they've added this 72 Fast class, which, how much money's up for grabs now?
$100,000.
$100,000.
Wow.
So
that's pretty big money in your guys'
That's
sport.
Gigantic. That's money, and that's big money anywhere you go.
And that's just for that one class. Whoever wins that class wins $100,000.
It's 164 entries of trucks right now to race for $100,000.
And here's what's cool. Tell them about the entries. Tell them how they do it. Like there's a buy-in with the turbo.
Oh, you had to buy a tech card essentially for the class, and you had to buy an exact turbo. It's a turbo limited class, 72 millimeter class. It's turbo from VS Racing, and I like how Levon organized all that, because you have to, in most turbo limited classes and like sled pulling and stuff, it turns into a giant money game, and these little turbos are worth $10,000 because they'll say my turbo makes 3 more horsepower than the other guy's turbo. Well, in this class, you're not allowed to touch the turbo. You order this exact turbo, it's like an $800 turbo, and that you can't powder coat the cover, can't polish it, can't touch it. you got to take the turbo out of the box, put it on the truck. That's what you're racing with.
And everybody has to have the same thing?
Yeah, same exact turbo, no injectables. It has to be controlled by a stock computer that came from factory, and you have to have the minimum weight you can weigh is 6,000 pounds. So it's still a street truck.
So how can anyone get an advantage then?
Well, how creative can you get? So, but it's really unique that every one of them just got the same turbo, and they're all putting the same turbo in there, and then have all these limitations. So it's still going to be a heavy truck. And how many entries right now?
There's 164. It is capped off. There's a waiting list of about 45 people trying to get in, and they're waiting for people to drop out. And there's people that are realizing they're not going to make it and will sell their spot, but there's only going to be 164 at the end of the day.
So of course the guy with multiple trucks says, I'll build a truck for that. Let's add another one.
Hey, I received a phone call and said, we need to get in on this class. And I said, well, I ain't got a truck to fit that class. He said, cool, you're going to build another one then. And I said, all right.
So that's where you're doing all the three, the ultimate call-out challenge.
At that event. It's at that event, but this is another class alongside more of the ODSS side. And thanks for mentioning everything I have to do that weekend.
Yep.
That weekend I'll be racing 3 trucks. I'll have the Lightning and ODSS Pro Mod. My black Pro Street truck is also a UCC truck. It'll be competing in all 3 categories: sled pulling and dynoing and drag racing on the same time. And then the 72 fast truck, which I'm hearing we're going to try to get all that done on Friday night, which would be pretty beneficial to me to get that done and out of the way. But yeah.
So when you do the triple feature thing, the call-out challenge, where are you more inclined to blow something? I mean, I know when you put it on the dyno, that's where you like run it as hard as you can. Is that right?
I would say with my combination, it could happen at any second. It could happen pulling out of the trailer, in all honesty. But no, the dyno's for sure. The dyno is if anybody doesn't know, it's a tool used to measure horsepower. It's supposed to be a tuning tool, and we have, in the diesel industry, turned it more into competition. And you get on the Superflow that Cody Pulliam specifically has like a 6-foot diameter roller. Most dynos have little like 1 foot, 2 foot wide rollers. So this dyno has a massive amount of inertia with it actually has locomotive train brakes for the eddy brakes to apply load to the truck to simulate like you're on the road and make the engine get lugged down to measure horsepower to start with. But it's kind of a game. And at this point we're at with these horsepowers, it's turned completely into the sequence of how fast you have to make everything happen, the amount of nitrous you have to inject to make a giant number on the dyno is imperative. And if you miss the timing on it slightly, I mean, we've seen pistons go flying over the top of the Lucas Oil banners.
I've seen some of where an engine will jump out of the hood.
There's always some carnage.
So is the dyno like the last of the 3 events?
No, it's right in the middle.
Wow.
So even though you're gearing up,
so you might be running ahead. You say, I'm in the lead right now after the first, but you got to.
Well, that's where strategy comes involved too. And like you asked, like where's your best event? Some guys might be dyno heavy. Some guys might be better drag racers. But really, at the end of the day, to win UCC, you got to survive. You got to make it to the 3rd day, hooked to a sled.
You got to get off the dyno.
You do
safely, and
not always. You have a chance to rebuild the engine overnight if you can get it done by Sunday morning.
You bring spare engines.
Really?
Oh yeah, I have. It wasn't necessarily in UCC, but even for ODSS racing, back when I raced 590, we slung an engine overnight just so I could make it to eliminations.
Wow.
We were trying to compete for a points championship that year, and you can't just miss eliminations. So,
what was the story about the guy that had an engine that he was planning to blow up, and you put your hot shot secret, was it the FR, you had it all dosed up and it didn't blow?
I think you're talking about the burnout vehicle. We had a donor on it because they do some crazy burnout competition there as well. And so we had a guy that wanted to roast an engine royally, so it was set up to explode, and we couldn't blow it up. We put racing oil and racing fuel in it, just thinking we'll at least make some power while we go out in glory, and it's still running to this day. So yeah, sometimes you can't blow stuff up. We should have probably had Austin drive it, and it could probably have blown up then.
You just don't have to lift. It's not complicated.
So I mean, of all the events, do you have a favorite place that you really look forward to going? I mean, it's a season that stretch out for like 6 months or something, but you only have like an event each month.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's for ODSS.
Yeah.
If you currently look at my schedule, there's an event every other weekend that we'll go to.
He will take his trucks anywhere. Matter of fact, we just kicked off the year a couple weeks ago down at Fitzgerald Truck Fest, and Austin's there, and sure enough, and that's for a dirt drag. He puts the same Pro Street truck on dirt, and if you've ever seen these dirt drags, they're fun as can be, and it's just drag racing on dirt, you know. So I don't know if you want to explain what happened there, but he was all set up to run dirt drag down there, and
well, we went down there. We saw dirt drags advertised, and I was like, okay, I knew the company that was running the dirt drag at the event. I was like, heck yeah, we're in. It paid decent money, but Cody was there with the Superflow as well, and that's an area where we keep trying to push the 6-liter and break through a certain barrier, trying to just gain knowledge. And Cody has that dyno out on the West Coast, and there's no really dyno similar you can get onto to like test, so it was worth it to me before UCC to go get on that dyno. So we went and got on that dyno, ironed some stuff out. We ended up winning the dyno event down there. But yeah, then we switched some tires over, changed some shock settings, and was getting ready for dirt drags. And as I was spooling up the truck in the pits right before the dirt drag, just making test spool, make sure everything was ready to go, I have a fabricated rear 9-inch in the rear of the truck with dual calipers on each wheel, essentially, and it sheared the mounting bolts off. And after that, I was kind of like, all right, guys, it's too early in the year for us to be thrashing this hard and get burnt out. We're just going to go ahead and lick our wounds and hang out and watch the party happen and enjoy some racing and do that. But
he's always finds a way to hurt something. But I've never seen that. I've never seen calipers completely turn on like that. So.
Wow. Later this year, I'm looking at the schedule, and Edgewater Sports Park. Have you been there before?
I went there to test before.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
That is in my backyard.
I was just going to say, this is new to us this year. We added this race to the Outlaw Series. You know, I love it because my family's down in Cincinnati. And
that's like 30 minutes, 40 minutes from the secret bunker.
You're coming.
I got to be there.
You're coming.
That was the first place in my life where I saw any sort of drag race.
Really?
Yes.
You go experience UCC.
He does. But this literally is, this is right behind where
backyard.
Steve's at. How about we do the Steve Sommers overnight drive live from the track at Outlaw Diesel Super Series?
If we could work it out logistically, I don't know.
It wouldn't, and you know what? You know what's fun?
He'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out. And you know what's fun is kind of like, I love being here when we get all these fun people in our industry to interview and stuff. I'll go live from the track on the Hot Shots page, and we just start pulling people. I'm just like, come here. I mean, we could have all our racers all in one place and just have cool interviews all day. We need to do it. I'm putting it on the schedule. We're going to make it happen.
Okay. Let's see how it works out.
I like how he does, same thing. He'll just be like, hey, so, what are you doing? You're going to be down here. All right. On my way.
Well, that's September 18, 19. I guess I'm going to have to circle those dates on my calendar.
I think
I'm assuming that's a Friday, Saturday.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And if you really want to, see the essence of where all this madness really started, Shide's going back to Terre Haute.
Yeah, we are. We're going the Shy Diesel Extravaganza. It's been at Wagner Motorsports Park for the past 5 or 6
Something
years.
like that,
So and this series is really kind of we got quite a bit right here in the Midwest now. So a lot of good places to go in Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio. So we're looking forward to it.
Like if you're up to traveling, up in Hub City, Wisconsin, at the Richland Center is one of the biggest dirt drag events in the country. Riley pays out almost $20,000 to come up there and race on dirt.
Yeah, we're a big sponsor of that too. We love Riley, and it's a cool event.
You know the big blow up, like at the end you put it.
Oh, the Hot Shots blow up, inflatable.
I'm really trying to get her to let me set that up at the wedding.
Done. We'll do it.
So, what are some of the other? You say you're almost racing every weekend. Then
we have a dyno event, a dirt drag, or an actual drag event almost every other weekend for one of the vehicles. That's the thing I like about having multiple options of vehicles to go to races. I have something that fits just about anything. If I want to do something local and there's a county fair dirt drag or even a sled pull, I have a vehicle to go do that. I have a crew cab 6-liter that I have had my whole life. It was my first truck. It makes almost 1,200 horsepower. It's still a daily drive street truck. She'll take it to the grocery store. It can sled pull and do anything you want. Run 770 index class at ODSS. The 72 fast class, I'm going after the 72 event. I'm sure that class is not going anywhere. It's going to eventually be something more.
Now you have to have an occupation. You have to have a job.
I'm a heavy equipment mechanic.
Okay.
I work on
And when do you find time to work on real work when you're trying to do racing stuff all the time?
I still have a full-time job. I work every day from 6 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and
then you spend your evenings like doing stuff in the garage, or
yeah, up until she yells at me to come inside because she hasn't seen me all day.
Come on, wrap it up already.
That's about how that goes. It's a struggle at times, but I have a lot of great friends that are willing to help too, and they'll get stuff done during the day if I need them to, because they'll either one of them owns a welding shop for himself, and he's helped me with getting the sled pull setup done for UCC more, trying to improve that because I have a really great race truck, which it's right at the weight minimum for UCC, which makes it a really terrible sled pull truck. So you were talking about strategies earlier. Yeah, we completely pull the driveline and axles out of that truck and swap them back to Super Duty axles for sled pulling. So a little bit of strategy there. After we're done drag racing Friday night, we'll be swapping the front half of the truck to sled pull, and then I'll go on the dyno, and then after the dyno we'll come swap the whole rear of the truck back so it's ready to be a sled pull truck by the end of
It's like Transformers
Sunday.
out there.
Wow.
It's really cool how much modifications they do in between the events they do. So
now you said you're a mechanic. When you're building engine, you blow an engine up. Are you using some of the guys like the industrial injection and other people to help build certain parts and injectors, or?
Warren Diesel Injection is my primary sponsor. They I wouldn't be where I am without Jesse Warren. He is
shout out to Jesse Warren.
He is a OG, started the 6-liter movement, was the one that started pushing power with them. He likes sled pulling though. He has a super stock sled puller now that is it's a billet aluminum 6-liter block, but he finally kind of found the limits of a Huey injector because they're not allowed to use injectables like nitrous in sled pulling. So it has a giant Sigma pump on top of it, and it's a monster.
Those things sound fun.
But he about 8 years ago called me up and said, let's get going. Let's really start pushing this stuff. At that point, I'd already pushed the 6-liter into the 5s. I was one of the first 6-liters ever. Well, I was the first 6-liter ever to break into the 5s when the 590 index class was introduced. And it was just time to start going faster. So we started going Pro Street.
There is one date coming up this fall that you haven't mentioned on the schedule there. You got a special date coming.
Which one's that? That's in October.
I know. That's the fall.
Oh.
Let's tell the group.
October 23rd, I'm getting married.
He's marrying this beautiful lady right here.
She's finally, I found one to put up with me.
Yeah.
So I figured I better keep her
congratulations.
around. I appreciate that.
So all that time in the garage, he still got her to stick around.
So you had to wait till after the season finale. You got October 16 and 17 there at what? Crossville, Tennessee.
Actually it is. There was a nervous moment there because Blake was talking about moving the event. I was like, you can't do that. You can't move it, man. No, our October is very busy. We have the Hub City Diesel Truck Challenge, which is actually, it's not just dirt drags. He's turning it into another mini UCC, so I have to dirt drag, dyno, and sled pull at that event too. That is, I think, the first weekend in October. The second week in October is the Whirly Custom Fabs Dyno Open House. I'll take the Pro Street truck to that to get on the dyno. Actually, those are switch swapped. I go to a WC Fab first. Then Blake's event is the third weekend in October, and then the fourth weekend in October, I'm getting married.
Wow.
And then in September, I talked to Lewis from KOI. They're going to do the North versus South Dirt Drag in Osgood, Indiana. He's going to move it to the first weekend in November so I can make it. So I'm just going to keep going for about 5 weekends straight.
That's pretty cool. Now, what keeps you going? Is it like energy drinks?
That's a lot of combination of things.
There's only 24 hours in a day, man.
Honestly, it's passion. It's passion. These dudes love this stuff.
It's passion, a lot of Monster Energy.
I was going to say
some prescribed Adderall, and but it's honestly the competition of it too. I saw somebody post that they didn't enjoy eliminations of ODSS because they didn't want to make 3 passes. And I just said, you got to be better, man.
So when you lay down, you put your head on the pillow, you're trying to go to sleep, and you close your eyes. Do you find yourself shifting gears? And
there's no laying my head trying to go to sleep. She'll get mad at me because we'll be having a conversation, and I'll doze off mid-conversation just sitting up. The second I second I get inside and relax, or even put my head down, I usually crash out and fall asleep, which gets me slapped.
Right. So your association with Hot Shot Secret, you guys got together. I guess you met up on the racetrack somewhere down the line.
It was during the COVID races at Wagler.
You remember?
Oh yeah.
Our first meet?
Oh yeah.
What was it? When?
It was one of the Wagler races. I can't remember because we had like 3 that year.
Right.
It was at Wagler because we were golfing. That's what we had to tell people was we were golfing while we were drag racing at the same time because they were trying to implement all those
COVID restrictions.
All those COVID restrictions where you couldn't have people, within 5 feet or whatever, a certain amount of people. But I used to have a 5R100 transmission in my truck. Amazingly, it didn't start with oil. It started with, I guess it isn't oil, but it started with transmission fluid. We would make a pass and that truck would go from 120 degree trans temp at the line to almost 240 at the end of the track, just based on how the internal workings of the 5R works. Is for it to shift, it unapplies a clutch, applies another clutch, then reapplies the clutch, so it's constantly slipping, just burning heat into everything. Oh, here comes Kyle. Hey, you guys are struggling really hard with this. Just literally try my fluid. Just see what it does. And I was like, well, I got to lose, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we changed this fluid in the middle of the track, and the next pass, the truck went from 110 degrees starting oil temp to 160 at the end of the track, and it cooled off in like 10 minutes. And I asked Kyle, I was like, all right, why does it do that? And he said, honestly, I don't know. And he said, it was a side effect of what we figured out, and it just stays cooler. And I was like, sold.
So something they figured out in the lab, right?
Yeah. Well, it's I know now. But it has a lot to do with
this. At the
this.
time, you didn't know. At the time, you're like,
no
look,
idea.
I just know
this happens. I don't know why, but the trans fluid that we run, the racing trans fluid, is a Group 4. It's a polyalpha olefin, so it's got the ability to disperse heat better, and it's got our FR3 in it. So I've heard you talk about our nanocarbons and how we do it. And that actually, what we don't talk about a lot with the FR3 is its ability to pull heat out of the oil itself from the nanocarbons. So. That's usually the biggest thing, especially in the drag racing applications. On the trans fluid side, there's so much heat that's put into those trans fluids that it's one place where people actually see and feel. And these guys are data driven, so they're watching these temperatures, they're monitoring that. So I love when I see. He was some dude at the track to me at the time, but saw him struggling, so we went over and how can we help? And
he was struggling, and then he walked over and I said, "Yeah, I'm the world's fastest 6-liter," and he said, our company started on 6-liter. Why are we not already working together?
Right.
Now it's to the point that everything I own, to her Explorer, to the generator in the trailer, to every fluid on the race truck is Hot Shot Secret. So, it goes from, even my Harley has Hot Shot Secret in. I called you about that to see if that would work, and it does.
Yep. That's cool.
But yeah.
And you are competitive week after week after week.
I completely hold my own against all these Cummins guys. The higher the level of racing you go up in the diesel world, the more I would say Cummins central. Everybody runs a Cummins, it seems like, especially in the classes I run, which is the two minus dragsters for full body vehicles. They are the 2 highest classes you can go to. Pro Mod and Pro Street, which Pro Street now is a 4,200 pound minimum weight class. And then Pro Mod is Pro Mod. Tube chassis, fiberglass bodies, the fastest of the fast you can get to. And I am for sure the only 6-liter out there on the ODSS track trying to do that. And we have won events multiple times, and we have loaded some of the fastest people in there up.
So obviously, when you in a particular series, you probably have some of the same guys from one event to the next. Who's your biggest rival? You got a competitor that you really butt heads with. I want to beat this guy.
I'm curious about this too. I will tell you this though, Steve. These guys are biddle rivals as soon as they take the lights. When they're bumping into the light, they don't care about the guy in the next lane.
Right.
It's all man. But in the pits, these guys will bend over backwards to the next guy. I've seen these guys turn around and help the guy that they have to face in the next round get to the line.
Try to get their vehicle back up and
But
running.
when they're there, who do you want to take out most? I want to start the war now.
Ziegler.
All right. Okay.
Jason? Is it Jason?
Justin Ziegler.
Justin Ziegler, he's I would consider him a good friend. I'll be nice to him whenever, but when we get up there racing, it's fun to beat him because I'm not supposed to win those races.
Right.
Against Paul Cato and Justin Ziegler, they make 1,000 plus more horsepower than I do. They hold all the records and stuff, but it's happened before. I think it was Shide like 3 or 4 years ago. We beat Justin in the finals.
Yeah, that was a great race too. I remember
him at it every time I
and
see
you know what I
him.
love about it? They're all Hot Shots guys. So
Right.
it's like they're all my kids. And it's like, I don't have a favorite kid, so I can't lose in this. It's just I want a good race.
So they've all got the
You don't
same
have to
advantage
lie.
of the Hot Shot secret advantage,
Right.
but they've got to come up with, I guess, the better build or whatever.
Yeah, well, and that's why, because back to, he's going into a gunfight with a knife, choosing to run the 6.0 platform against these Cummins, and that's why it's so fun, and I'm sure for him rewarding when he actually can knock them off.
Well, I look at the clock here. We're up to the top of the hour. It's great to see you again, though, man. I mean, good luck the upcoming season. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Come October, tying the knot. Your life's going to change. You're not going to be allowed to be up till 2 in the morning working on cars anymore.
Is that true?
Oh, she said no. She said no.
She's a keeper.
You got to keep her, yes.
I think she knows better. I was doing this before she came.
All right, we'll be back with more. We're coming to you live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Thanks for being along for the ride.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly,
Doctor here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It appears Houthi rebels in Yemen have entered the Iran conflict by launching missiles at Israel. A military spokesperson for the Houthis announced the attack on their satellite TV station, saying the rebels fired a barrage of ballistic missiles targeting what they call sensitive military sites in southern Israel. The spokesperson said the strikes will continue until all of their objectives are achieved and until the aggression against all fronts on the resistance ceases. The Israeli military says it intercepted one Houthi missile. The White House says it hasn't received a response from Iran to its 15-point plan for a ceasefire. At a gathering of G7 leaders in France on Friday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Iranian officials have not clarified who would take part in the negotiations. Rubio said the U.S. is not asking European countries to take part in military operations against Iran, but added those nations did have an incentive to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He also said the U.S. can achieve all of its objectives in Iran without deploying ground troops. President Trump says the U.S. is ending the threat of Iran.
Speaking at an international economic forum in Miami Beach, Trump said Iran has used, quote, nuclear blackmail against the U.S. for years.
America is ending the threat posed by this radical regime, decimating Iran's capabilities with Operation Epic Fury, something that nobody's ever seen anything quite like it.
He touted his decision to end the Iran nuclear deal, claiming Iran would have had a nuclear weapon long ago if the deal had remained in place, adding, He believes the U.S. has saved the Middle East. I'm Jim Forbes.
It appears personal documents from FBI Director Kash Patel have been breached by Iranian hackers. Patel's resume and other documents have been posted online by hackers connected with Iran. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Iran is banning its national sports teams from traveling to countries it considers hostile. Iranian media says the move is due to concerns over the safety of its athletes, and the ban is in place until further notice. Iran qualified for the 2026 World Cup, but their participation has been under threat since conflict with the U.S. and Israel began in late February. President Donald Trump indicated Iran's national team was welcome to play in the U.S., but also noted it might not be appropriate. The opening round of the Women's Sweet 16 basketball tournament has wrapped up. Number 1 seeds UConn and UCLA, along with number 3 seed Duke and number 6 seed Notre Dame, are moving on after wins on Friday night. The Sweet 16 finishes Saturday with 4 games. In Fort Worth, Texas, number 2 seed Michigan plays number 3 Louisville. Number 1 seed Texas takes on number 5 seed Kentucky. In Sacramento, California, number 1 seed South Carolina will face number 4 Oklahoma. Number 3 TCU will square off with number 10 Virginia. Tiger Woods back in the news again, and not in a good way. Woods released from police custody after being charged with DUI in a Florida car crash. Martin County Sheriff said Woods' Land Rover clipped the back of a truck's trailer while driving at high speeds in Jupiter Island. The pro golfer was also charged with destruction of property and for refusing to submit to a urine test. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I think we're back. Are we back? Yeah, we are. We're back live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Hard to believe we're already into day number 3. Where are we at? A little after 11 o'clock Eastern time. Show runs till, I believe, 4 p.m. Saturday. Kind of starts early, ends a little early. Yeah, shortly after we close things out at the show, 5 o'clock. Everybody gear up for the truck and tractor pulls, Freedom Hall. I see all the tractors packed and stacked on the backside. Amazing, they've taken the arena from a concert last evening. The dirt's in place, and they'll be doing tractor pulls here in a matter of hours. Hey, we roll into hour number 2. We'll kick things off this hour. Women in Trucking back with us once again. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello, Steve. Good to see you, as always.
Another year has passed us by, and I'm trying to remember. You're into year number 3? It's
year number 4.
Four
as president
already.
CEO. Yes.
It seems like
Yes.
you and Ellen stopped by yesterday to say hi.
really
And she
does.
introduced you, and
Yes, it really does.
so how are things going? Have you had a good weekend
Things-
here? I know
we've-
you've probably fill us in on what's been. First of all, before we get to what's been happening this week, let's start with Women in Trucking. Tell them who you are and what you guys are all about.
Absolutely. So, Women in Trucking is an association, and our goal is to create opportunities for women in the trucking profession, bring them into the profession, create opportunities for those who want their careers to expand in a variety of careers within trucking, eliminate barriers and celebrate successes. And so that is our target, and it's been really exciting to be here at Matt's because we have so many of our members here over the last couple of days.
Right. And I know you typically you hold one big event, I guess, here. That was that yesterday, or
Salute,
The
yes.
Salute to Women in Trucking, yes.
Salute to Women Behind the Wheel, and it's targeted toward drivers and their families, and we spend about 2 hours eating and celebrating and allowing people to reconnect, and we offer some awards as well, and one of those is Driver of the Year, and that's Ingrid Brown. So I know you're going to talk to her a little bit later,
Right.
but that's really exciting. And
We kind of go back a ways.
yeah, yes, yes. So it's just a lot of fun. We also had a Department of Transportation Secretary Duffy visit us.
I was surprised. I knew that they had announced Derek Bars was going to be here. I knew the FMCSA, but I didn't realize the actual boss man.
Yes,
He showed up. Yeah.
He showed up, and he spent a little time in our booth yesterday. And Administrator Bars came, and his staff came to the salute last night, and they presented Ingrid with an award as well, a certificate in honor of her Driver of the Year, winning Driver of the Year. So, so it's been a really exciting time for us, and again, just the opportunity to visit with so many drivers at this event. Excuse me, every year has been such a privilege.
When did this all get started? I mean, Ellen, I think she was the catalyst behind getting it underway.
2007, Ellen Boya founded it.
So you're almost up to 20 years.
Right.
Wow,
We will
next
be
year.
right. We will be celebrating that next year. It's super excited to be planning that. And Ellen was president CEO for the bulk of that time, and I came in 2023 and took over for her.
So what are your duties on a day-to-day basis? Are you trying to recruit or just get the message out to women out there? And
Yes, all of the above, and we have a conference that we plan also, and that's really it's a big event this year. It'll be in late October in Dallas, October 23rd through 25th. Details are on our website, womenintrucking.org, and then, we do other things. We're not a lobbying organization, but we do follow policy and federal policy, and so try to advance opportunities in that way as well, to the extent that we
so
can.
you're not really like working with legislators and things on certain issues per se?
We
or?
do sometimes, but the bulk of what we do is in collaboration with other organizations, other trade associations, primarily in the Washington D.C. area.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, there are legislative issues. One of them that we've talked about is the restroom access legislation.
Right.
And I mean, so obviously, you guys would have to be behind that.
Absolutely, and we are, OIDA is leading the way with that, and we have been very supportive as well, and it's gone through several Congresses now, and still
and I know
no
that.
action.
I mean, we talked to Louis yesterday, and he was kind of explaining that that's one of the things they're trying to get in the highway bill, which is coming up here later this year.
Right. Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, and we are paying attention to that, and we'll have some activity within that as well, likely with OIDA.
I see, as usual, you have your truck out front, and that's. I think you introduced me to you pick someone, a driver each year that kind of tours around the country, and where did they stop at, like truck stops and things, or?
We have our trailers here. It's called Whitney, and for those of you who are maybe listening and at the show, it's out at the front in the north lobby, outside of the north lobby. And it's an educational trailer. There are kiosks. You can learn about trucking, see if trucking is a good career for you. You can sit down in the simulator and feel what it's like to drive a truck, and that's always a big hit with folks. Whitney goes around the country to different events. So trade shows like this, schools, community colleges. We have Girl Scouts has always been really interested in Whitney, so those kinds of things, and it's an opportunity that's free to folks. So basically, it just has to work out with the schedule for us, and we have to have a driver available. We have a range of volunteer drivers, particularly supported by Walmart, who drive Whitney to these different events, and provide staff at those events.
So when you're if you're going to say a school event or a Girl Scout, I mean, is it about trying to maybe introduce some of the young ladies out there that trucking can be a job that women can actually do, kind of thing?
It is, and to make sure that they understand that trucking isn't only for men, and that there are other careers in trucking as well that women can take advantage of that they may or may not have heard of. So it's really fun, because there are people who know quite a bit about trucking, and those who don't know anything at all. And so helping eliminate some of the misperceptions is a goal through that as well.
I know historically it has been a male-dominated occupation, and I mean, you probably know some of the numbers. What percentage of females are involved in driving truck these days?
Right now, it's around 9%. So, and it seems to be going up incrementally, but only incrementally. So, still a lot of work
almost
for us
kind of like a status quo kind of thing. And as some of the veteran drivers retire, maybe someone comes in to replace.
Right. Yes.
A newbie.
Right.
I would assume most of the females, are they team operations, like husband-wife kind of operations, or no?
Many of them are. Many of them are, and we've met some of those here today at Matt's. But certainly a number of solo drivers, some owner-operators. Really runs the gamut.
Do most female drivers, and I think drivers as a whole, nowadays most drivers want to be close to home, where they can be home every night kind of thing. Is that the trend with female drivers?
It seems to be more of the trend with female drivers, but certainly there are those who are over the road. Ingrid, you could talk to Ingrid about that. That's been her long-term experience.
It's got to be kind of scary for, crazy people out there these days, and it's got to be difficult to spend a night in a truck stop or a rest area,
sure,
or in a parking lot somewhere.
Sure, yeah, and that's certainly, maybe you've talked to these folks who have been here at the show as well, but the Truck Parking Club, I mean, they're doing a great job to try to get better parking, more parking for truck drivers, because it's really, I live in Virginia, and there's certain spots in my area where you'll see trucks parked there, on the side of the road, 20, 25 trucks, and it's right outside the nation's capital. We don't have enough place for these folks.
Correct.
And it's really disappointing.
So I know we've got a handful of folks on the list here. Ingrid, we're going to speak with her, and then who's Kelly or Kaylee?
Kaylee McCall, she's here. She's one of our volunteer drivers. She's been on the image team for a long time, and she has also hauled Whitney over the years to different events. So you'll love that. But
Are they going to kind of explain how they got into the biz and things like that?
Yeah.
What they do on a...
Yeah, absolutely. You've got three of the kindest and most professional drivers that that are part of Women in Trucking, who volunteer their time for Women in Trucking.
Okay, and then Melissa O'Clair?
Right, that's correct. Another driver.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a busy schedule. What kind of events are on the slate moving forward here?
One of the things that we're participating in, we're excited about this next week, is Our Roads, Our Safety, and that'll be at Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, and so we'll be getting together with other organizations there to participate in that and lend our voice to that. And then, as I mentioned, our Accelerate Conference, which is later in October, that's an opportunity. It's a trade show, education. We have 6 educational tracks for all different professions within trucking. And then we have a big party one of the nights as well, and so just celebrate and educate and connect people.
And you had a big event here a few months ago. I mean, is it like an annual conference that you hold?
It is an annual conference. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Same thing. That was same Accelerate conference.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I think, I don't know, I saw some of the photos. I guess, has Ellen written the book or something? Because she was doing like an autograph session there, I saw.
She was, yeah. She's written a book, and she did attend and was able to connect with folks, and we gave out copies. She gave out copies of her book. Yeah.
Very, very interesting.
Yes.
All right. Well, so the show itself, you've been here for 3 days. How have things been? Have you recruited in some new members? And
we have. We've, as I said, we've had a booth, and it's been fun to talk to folks who are members, as well as folks who have not been involved with Women in Trucking historically. So that's been great for us. And the show energy this year is outstanding.
Yes.
And just really appreciate that, and it's nice especially when the economy isn't doing as well as we hoped. That folks are still optimistic about things.
To become a member, is it just you have to be a CDL holder?
You don't. Anyone can be a member of Women in Trucking if you have some sort of affiliation to trucking.
So family members, mom, aunt's a truck driver, whatever the case might
yes,
be.
Yes, absolutely.
Is there a membership fee, or are you a nonprofit?
We are a nonprofit organization. There is a small membership fee, and so drivers who are interested in joining can pay that small fee, and you get the benefits of membership. And then we have other memberships for corporations that are larger, depending on the level of support.
What would some of the perks maybe be? What kind of things do you offer for the members?
We offer a number of different things, but for a driver member, we have a driver's hub on our website, so it gives access to a lot of different organizations and a lot of different here's someone with a pet rat, it looks like. That's fascinating.
That's an albino ferret.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
It's an albino ferret,
You don't
yes.
see that every day. But to go back to your question, we offer a driver's hub, as I was mentioning, so
Right,
getting
right.
back on track here. We offer
So you have
driver's hub.
owner-operator members, and I guess owner-operators, I mean, that's running a trucking business. Can you help them maybe as far as planning,
Right.
running a business
Those kinds of
thing?
things, tools and resources that are geared toward running a business, particularly running a business within trucking, of course. And we have a mentorship program, so where you can meet and learn from others. And then online, we have something called the Engage platform, which gives people an opportunity to be connected with one another in an online community as well. And that we found that over the last few years, that's really bumped up, and people are really interested in those kinds of things.
Very good. Well, I appreciate you coming by to join us. I guess it's about 21 past. We've got several folks to chat with here and get their backstories, and they can tell us all the pros and cons, I guess, of being members of Women in
Sure,
Trucking.
absolutely.
We will move forward. Thank you much. I don't know who's coming up next.
Who's next? Ingrid? Ingrid Brown is next.
Ingrid Brown
Yes,
next.
you'll
All
love
right.
talking to her.
We'll play musical chairs. We'll be back live from the Mid-American Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Coming up in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hotshot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
All right, we're already looking at 24 past the hour, so we'll get started here with none other than Ingrid Brown. Hello, Ingrid.
Hi, Steve.
You're supposed to say, what you doing?
Well, that was coming next. I was just making sure if your memory holds up that long. Let's do it again.
Well, hello, Ingrid.
What you doing?
You know what? Hello, Half Pint.
What you doing?
There you go. It's been a few years.
It is.
Yeah.
I bet there's been a lot of people forgot about that, but
Yeah.
brings back a lot of memories.
So, how's life treating you?
It's fantastic. Look at us.
And
Look
you're-
where we're at.
Yeah, but you're still driving truck.
I know. 23 years later since we met.
And so how many years you got under your belt now in total?
Right at
Any
47.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Are you tracking miles?
A little over 5.5 million.
That's a number.
Hell, yeah.
Not many people.
A little one.
Not any male, female in between can get that many.
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot. Honestly, there's still a lot out here on the road that have more miles than I do.
Okay.
A lot of people who listen to you and listen for all the years I have with you.
So I guess we're supposed to talk about women in trucking.
Oh, that? Okay. I'm just kidding.
So I know you've been a member probably from the get-go, or
Yes. Yeah. Even from sitting in the hallway talking about it, before it came to fruition. So, yeah, I'm a chartered member. Came on when it developed in 2007. You
probably knew Ellen Voya
Yeah.
for years, even before.
Well, let's go back to this. Has to do with you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Go ahead. Remember the night that we had a guy that called your show and said that women didn't have a place they needed to go back to the house and stay in the kitchen?
Yeah, who was that? What was his? I can't remember.
Diaper rash.
That's it.
Yeah.
Which led to the first ever gender challenge in trucking.
Yeah, and we put that event on thanks to you because
I almost
remember,
forgot about that.
the truck challenge of the genders is what we named it. Well, you helped me. We named it, and actually we met Ellen that year. I think we both did that year. She was working for Trucker Buddy at the time.
Yes.
And we with your help tremendously. I mean, you kind of spearheaded it, and we put that event on at GATS, and started raising money for Special Olympics.
And that's how you ran into Ellen, I guess.
That was it.
Okay.
That was it. From there, we have been friends and started Women in Trucking, and here we are. I'm on the board of directors. I'm also on the board of directors for the Women in Trucking Foundation of the scholarships and that type of thing. So, image team.
So I was kind of asking Jennifer, she was talking about some of the benefits of being a member of Women in Trucking, and what do you get out of being a member?
I think it's a great place to reach out to other women to let them know they have a place in the industry. That's my biggest thing with Women in Trucking, is to make sure that we have every avenue possible for women to know that they can do anything I've done in this industry. It doesn't matter what your age is. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter, what your marital status. It doesn't nothing matters. Mm-hmm. You know how I've always been about, you can do anything that I've done already, probably better. That's been a great thing. It also has been able to, my platform on safety. Working with FMCSA and the years of that, working with you on so many years of that. It's given me a voice to be able to also share the safety and, throw in the mentor side of it. I'm not real sure if I'm the best mentor, but, I try to lead by example, like Yoda used to say, lead by example, but sometimes you might not want to follow me.
You've definitely been out there to see, and I'm sure you could advise other, especially newer females coming into the biz. Hold the thought there, because we're going to take care of our news break, come back, and we're going to talk a bit about, I guess you got to meet the boss of the bosses, Transportation Secretary last evening. Even I didn't get to meet him.
You should have been around me.
News and service of industrial injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Some California residents are reporting swarms of so-called eye-biting flies. Sharon Reardon reports.
The biting black flies have been spotted in the San Gabriel Valley, including in Azusa, Glendora, Monrovia, and Altadena. Officials say insect repellent containing DEET will help keep the pests away. And on a positive note, the biting black flies do not transmit disease. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Savannah Guthrie gave her first detailed interview since her 84-year-old mother, Nancy Guthrie, vanished from her Arizona home. The White House is reportedly allowing Middle East officials to act as mediators in an effort to end the war in Iran. President Trump had given Iran until next Friday to open the Strait of Hormuz or face an attack on its energy infrastructure. On Thursday, Trump said he was extending the deadline by 10 days until April 6th, because talks are going very well. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it. Bada boom, bada bing. All right, so we're talking women in trucking right now. Ingrid Brown, I guess you received, what did you, are you Driver of the Year? What was the award last evening?
Yes, sir. I was one of the finalists for Women Driver of the Year for Women in Trucking, and I won. So that was last night's presentation to Women Behind the Wheel.
I know. I think there were 4 finalists, I believe.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And was it a surprise to you
yes.
to find out there?
Yes. And then to add on top of that, the Federal Motor Carrier Administrator, Derek Bars, he and his staff, and Dr. Steele, one of the big administrators from the South, and the whole crew showed up to it, and they presented me as well. His chief of staff on the government side, she presented me with a certificate, and I was like, that one totally knocked me off the wall too. So they actually got me speechless. Have you ever seen me speechless?
Well, not really.
Okay, all right. Well, I was speechless. I was going off the stage because I was not going to do a speech, and they're like, no. So I don't know what I said, so I hope it was okay.
So that's pretty cool, though, to get that sort of an honor. Yeah, and I know that the other, you were all 4 women that are, I know you
wonderful
had
women. Yes.
Other veteran drivers.
Yes,
right?
Wonderful women. Hoyala, you got FedEx, you had Kelly Lynn McLaughlin with Clean Harbor, and you had Gina Jones with Werner. I mean, some strong women that do a lot of good things, and at the same time share the fact that, women have a place in the industry.
You're still out of North Carolina, is that right?
I am, right there on that Tennessee-North Carolina line, right at the Boone.
Are you
still have my house.
Up on the hill?
I'm still up on the hill. I work for Blackjack Express, LLC, out of West Memphis, Arkansas, Proctor, and running a reefer division as well as I have my own truck. They're a heavy haul company, specialized heavy haul company. Amazing guys. I've been with them. I sold my truck, deactivated my authority, and came over working as a company driver with them. And I don't know why I didn't think this. I wish I'd have found them back when I met you 24 years ago.
Wow. Okay, so you're still doing over the road?
Yeah.
You're out there for weeks at a time, and
well, not as much because I have these 6 reefers that I'm running too, as well. They've had me or let me develop and build a small reefer division that we're building as we go last year. So I've been about a year in that, and it's actually gone great for this year. And looking at that, it makes you look even further into women and women in trucking by bringing on women drivers. I'm looking for women drivers now. Anybody listening? Hello, come find me. I'm trying to find 3 new drivers, and I'd love to have a team, husband, wife, or I'd love to have
you're not just a one truck anymore?
Not anymore. I'm working with this. We've got 36 trucks here where I'm at, and I mean, this has been the greatest thing I've done in my career. I'm going to tell you. I mean, I've done wonderful things in my career, in my one truck and that kind of thing, but I mean, this has been the teamwork, this has been the support, this has been, I didn't realize that it could be like this. So, when people think that being that one truck independent is the greatest thing in the world, you're missing out on the fact that you have a team that you can find, fit, and work with, like I do these guys. I mean, Bryce Carlson is the owner, Alan Small, the GM. I mean, they're family. I always thought I'm just too independent. When I realized and came to work with them that I can still be independent, but I also have people who are beside me. I'm not alone.
So when you talk to some of the newer women coming in, girls, women, what kind of advice would you give to the newbies? With all the experience, the things you've seen and learned over the years, what kind of advice would you give some of the newer women?
I had a lady come up to me in my truck. My truck's here, by the way, over in the corner. It's on display. Okay. You have to look it up. A big red truck, go figure. I had a girl come up to me yesterday, and she was like, I follow you on everything, and I just want to introduce myself, but I want to ask you, what advice would you give me?
Yeah.
And I stopped for a second, and I said, first off, always know there's nothing you can't do. Don't let a diversified heavy haul or anything like that slow you down. Don't think that there's no place you don't fit. But the thing is go after what fits your desire and your niche. If you want to haul cows, girlfriend, go haul cows. If you want to get into the hazmat side, there is nothing that can stop you in this world hauling that hazmat side. You want to haul entertainment? It's out there. It's there. Go on tours. You want to become a produce connoisseur and learn, what broccoli looks like when it looks like crap. Come on board. I can show you that one. But the thing is there is no limit. The only limits there are is the ones that you put on yourself.
How about that?
So, you know me.
So
don't give up.
You tell them be a go-getter.
Absolutely. Don't hey. Don't let anybody tell you that you need to be in the kitchen. It ain't gonna work.
I hear you. Who you want to come over and join you? We're trying to get everybody in here together.
I would love, if you don't mind, Kaylee McCall.
Okay.
Kaylee she was our ambassador that drove and pulled the trailer from Whitney around.
Okay.
Now let me tell you something about this girl. This girl's a little hot shot, buddy. I mean, she is fire and ball, and she is passion packaged up in this little itty bitty body here. And, she calls me Ma. I'm not sure if that's a safe thing for her or not.
We'll get her all settled.
I know. She's settling in. All right. Slap them things on, girl.
She looks like a country music singer.
She does. I'm telling you.
I see a little bit of Ella Langley in you.
Ooh.
That's a good thing.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
And based on that little response, I almost hear a little bit of it.
That's the Georgia coming out in me.
Okay.
She lives about 20 miles from my girls.
Yep.
In southeast Georgia.
I'm from a little town called Claxton. It's the fruitcake capital of the world. That's an odd thing to be known for.
Fruitcake.
Claxton fruitcake.
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely. Every Christmas.
Yep.
I can't tell you a whole lot of people that live in Claxton that actually eat the fruitcake.
Well, I can't
but
tell
we're
you
known for
anybody
it.
in the damn country that eats
I want to
it.
say that. I'm not eating any of the damn stuff.
Whatever.
No.
I mean, that's the world famous. So what got you into the trucking? How many years you been on the road? And
So I've been driving for 10 years. I grew up on a farm. So I guess kind of, being around big things has always been a thing of mine. And I grew up going to the drag strip and truck shows and all of that. So anything with wheels on it has always fascinated me. I wanted to learn everything about it. I want to be able to drive anything. So when I got the opportunity to go back to school after I got divorced, I was like, you know what? I think I want to be a truck driver now.
really, I mean, of all things, I mean, it's hard.
And look at her. I mean, who would ever think? So there you go.
So,
I love it.
And what kind of freight are you over the road like Ingrid is, or you do like local?
Yeah.
Or?
So I was over the road with Schneider for 5 years.
Okay.
Before that, I was a local driver. I did mostly concrete construction at that time. Right now, I'm a CDL instructor for Geechee Technical College out of Statesboro. I've been doing that for 2 years now.
Hauling construction?
Concrete.
Concrete,
yeah.
Okay.
That little bitty thing.
That just doesn't
see what I'm saying
doesn't look
about
right.
yeah, seeing what I say about the diversification. I mean,
absolutely.
She came on and with Schneider. Schneider provided her as the driver and chose her, and Whitney Women in Trucking chose her as the driver and the ambassador for the Whitney trailer and take it all over the country. You'll see her face all over the place. I want to see her face on the side of one of our trailers. I want Whitney's face to be Kaylee's because she's such an inspiration and giver.
So we always talk about, and for decades we've talked about, you got to start somewhere. Did you go in and actually go through a training with Schneider? And
No, so I actually went to the school that I teach at now, is where I got my Class A CDLs. I came in with a Class B. I was a school bus driver for 2 years. Yeah, I know that's a hard job. So if any of those are listening, I commend you because it's tough. It
look
was
in the mirror and tell them to
but-
shut up and sit down.
Yeah. But yeah, so I did my Class A training through the school that I now teach at. From there, I went to the concrete company and was with them for about 2.5 years. And then I was like, you know what? I think it's time for me to go on the road. My kids are a little bit older now. They don't need me as much. And so I left and went on the road.
Very good. Fascinating. So do you like being out there driving truck?
Absolutely, I do. I love it. Like I said, I'm home every day right now, but I'm looking forward to the time where I can go back on the road.
How about that? I mean, because one of the questions I asked Jennifer, I guess you could probably hear my question. It's got to. I feel like females would kind of feel uncomfortable. My wife would never. She would never.
Our princess.
She'd never be able to get out there and be in a truck stop. She doesn't even want me to stop at a truck stop.
Oh, wow.
Even when we're traveling in our automobile. She feels nervous.
I love it. There have definitely been a couple of times where I was a little bit more hesitant or nervous about a particular location, but there's never been any situation that I was in that I was scared or fearful in any way.
I think Kelly will, I'm saying Kelly Lim. Anyway, I think Kaylee will agree that, it's how you position yourself in this industry as a woman. If you make sure that you are vigilant every minute of the day, and it's not like it's obsessive deal. It's just the fact that you use common sense and you don't park in the dark and walk up through the middle from the day. You don't look how you dress. You put yourself in the position that nobody's going to approach, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that you can't be cordial, you can't speak, because listen, these guys are out here to do a job just like we are.
Yes.
And when people start talking about, our safety, 9 times out of 10, it's not the drivers that we have to be fearful of. It's people outside of the industry, to be honest with you. These guys have taken care of me when there weren't women out here, and my mentors were the guys. So I've never been fearful of the guys. I can be fearful for the location, like coming to Cincinnati sometimes.
Right.
We've done that when we've parked over in the dark and come to the studio. It's positioning, it's using your brains, it's,
How you carry yourself. So I trained over the road with Schneider as well. And there would be times where my students would get approached before I would. And I'm convinced it was just because of how I carry myself. I look like I'm on a mission. I'm going to be polite if you speak to me, but more than likely, I'm not going out of my way to talk. I'm going to do my job and get my job done and go about my day.
You look like a badass everywhere you go. There's just like this sweet badass. It's like, she's so sweet. She couldn't be. Oh, yeah. She just, So that's,
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. We've got about 10 minutes left. Who else do we have to chat with here?
We have Melissa. You're going to love Melissa. You want Melissa in our place?
Take your pick.
Take your pick.
Now,
you want me to go?
Which one drove what's her name, the truck out there? That was you? Tell me a little bit, just real quick, tell me a little bit about that. I'm sorry. I meant to ask about that because last year I met, you can do that. Yeah, that's...
Okay, I'm not gone. I'm still here.
Tell me a little bit about, what's the name of the truck?
Whitney.
Whitney. Okay,
Whitney,
so when
yes.
did you drive Whitney?
So I came on as driver ambassador in 21. And this was after Kelly Lynn had left and sort of stepped back from the driver ambassador role. They hired me, and I think I just kind of jumped in feet first into the fire and did everything I could.
They had you going
so
to
much of the educational side,
the school events,
the Girl Scout events, the educational side to technical schools, association, organization conferences.
I've done our conferences. I've done the Food Shippers Conference in Orlando. I've been all over the place with that trailer.
So that's kind of what I was asking Jennifer.
Yes.
I said, when you're driving that, you're out there talking to these younger women, girls,
yes,
and telling them that you can actually, as a female, drive a truck.
Oh yes, definitely. And I do this because I want people to see themselves in me and know that, okay, she is doing this. She reminds me of myself or somebody that I know. If she can do it, I can do it. And that's 100% true. I'm a very small person, so I know that if I've been able to adapt and overcome and make a space for myself in this industry, then anybody can.
Mm-hmm. That's great. I wanted to get that in before I jump over to Melissa, right? Melissa.
You want to stay?
I don't care. Take your pick. She can sit on your lap if you want.
Join in here, Melissa.
Scooch in.
We're playing it by the seat of our pants, as they say.
Hey, we're good at this.
There you go.
Hi.
Welcome aboard. How the heck are you?
I am wonderful. How are you?
Hey, it's my final day here. Ingrid probably knows from all those years back, I actually get nervous and fret about coming down here to do this. I'm out of my element. I'm normally in a little secret bunker.
So am I. So it's okay. I don't have a steering wheel in front of me. I don't have pedals. I'm completely out of my element.
So tell me a bit about what you're doing here. Obviously, you're a truck driver, local, regional, over the road.
Over the road.
Okay.
Company driver with my husband. I drive team.
Okay.
And our little dog Rosie.
Yeah.
Rosie's becoming her own little superstar.
Yeah.
All the shows that we go to. But yeah, we drive over the road, all the lower 48, and in all the provinces of Canada.
How about that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, when you say what got you into trucking, I'm assuming was maybe your husband into it first?
Well, I have a different story. I started in 03 with a Class B driving school buses.
Okay.
I did school
buses. So both of you, school buses.
Yeah, did school buses for 14 years. And then moved on to motor coaches, and did the charter groups, doing motor coaches, traveling all over Canada and everything. And then the pandemic hit. Lost my job, and my husband had been a driver for over 24, 25 years at that time. Got my Class A, and 6 years later, here I am. We've been teaming ever since.
So I mean, 21. That was a crazy time to be in trucking.
It was crazy. Actually, it was March of 20 when I came off the road from doing the motor coaches, and by July I was chomping at the bit. As soon as the schools started opening back up, I was in school getting my Class A.
Gotcha.
Yes.
That's when I went over the road as well, was as soon as the pandemic hit. Things shut down, and I was like, okay, it's time for me to go.
Well, you guys were essential at the time. I mean, all of a sudden the truckers were, we can't live without you, and you don't have to worry about how masking up or staying. We've got to have our food and our stuff. We needed toilet paper. I remember being in line at Kroger at 6
Trying to get
a.m.
toilet
before
paper.
the doors open with a line, waiting to run back to get toilet paper and paper towels.
Well, in the company that my husband and I work for, Boyle Transportation, we actually haul life science. So we hauled some of the vaccines. Some of the first vaccines that were put out, we hauled them. Yeah.
That was that had to be like top secret secure loads.
Yes.
So how did you get involved with Women in Trucking? Where were you introduced to them?
Women in Trucking, I've been on the image team for 2 years now. Actually, our recruiter from Boyle Transportation came to me and said, "Hey, I'd like to nominate you to be on the image team. Are you interested?" I was like, "Sure." So I did some deep dive there, and really fell in love with the Women in Trucking Association, and decided that that is what I want to do. I try to promote the change of life, empty nesters. Somebody who, a woman who has done this, has been a house mom, has been a housewife, has been this career. My first career ever was property management. I did that for about 20 years.
So you're talking along the lines of, rather than speaking to the young people, you're talking to people whose lives they've kind of got their children, they're out of the house, and hey, I'm 47 years old now, and I don't know what to do.
Exactly, I don't know what to do with my life. So you know what? Go get your Class A and start your new adventure. Do it for you.
And that's been huge since COVID. Because you think about how many people lost their jobs. Didn't matter what age you were.
Yes.
And the ones that didn't know what to do after that. At that time, we were still booming. So we had a 60-year-old woman last year, wasn't it, that contacted us, and they brought it to the image team and said, hey, she wants to go to CDL school. She's a widow now. She's displaced from COVID still, and she's thriving. She went to school, I believe, at Schreiner. One of those, Switzer Schreiner. Anyway, she went to school, and we hear from her periodically, and it makes a difference when you have people and voices that will speak out and share what the difference is. You're looking at 3 completely different generation of coming into trucking right here. You're looking at 3 different experiences.
You've been doing it most all your life.
Yes.
You started on the farm, but you're still pretty young.
Yes, fairly.
She's a baby.
In comparison, yes.
And we will talk about my age with my nice silver hair. Yeah, but I've been in with a driving commercially since '03. Got my feet wet a little bit with the motor coach, but then I had always joked with my husband, oh, one of these days I'm going to get my Class A, we're going to go over the road. And he was like, yeah, because he didn't think I would ever do it. Well, guess what? Here I am.
So you were doing the motor coach thing, but he was doing the over the road.
Yes. Yeah. He was actually hauling cars at the time, but prior to that, he was working for a company. He was out for 7, home for 2.
Okay.
So
So you didn't see a whole lot of each other then, but now you're on the road. How's life being cooped up in a little box?
Thank you, because that is like everybody asks me, oh my gosh, you're with your husband all the time? Yes, I'm with my husband all the time. We see each other twice a day. When he's coming up front and I'm going in the back, we have about 30, 45 minutes, maybe an hour. We socialize, we talk. How was your day? How did you sleep? Whatever the case may be.
Do you say, why did you slam on the brakes earlier? Or?
No. And then we do it again in the morning, because I drive days, he drives nights. So I keep him informed of what's going on at home with our children are both grown, but keep him up to date with what's going on with everything going back there. And then it's funny because you talk about being in a little box. We recently have made the decision and we're selling our home and we're moving into our 5th wheel camper full time.
Wow.
So who needs a house?
Yeah, well,
you don't need a house.
If you're on the road like that.
You're on the road all the time, and then when I am home, I want to travel. I want to go see. I saw something over there as I was driving. I want to go check it out. I can't do that in the truck, so let's go with the camper.
There you go.
Yeah.
Steve, I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm looking, and I'm saying, this is what literally the mission of Women in Trucking is, and this is a mission of mine. Is you have Kaylee, who now is doing CDL schools. You have, and represents that. You have Melissa and her husband running team. You have me as an independent and now company driver. this is the diversity that's been established with the image team, and that, what we have to offer, even individually. It's pretty damn cool.
Oh, yes.
I mean, it's really damn cool.
There are no two of us on the image team that have had the same experiences or are the same person. So if someone needs a mentor or wants to be a mentee, there is a fit for them with one of our ladies.
Definitely.
So for any of the females out there that are listening, maybe live now, because we're on Facebook and YouTube and Rumble, and the playback will be coming up overnight. How do they get a hold of Women in Trucking?
So through our website, it's womenintrucking.org.
Org.
Yes, .org. They can contact, and typically it'll be Jenny Fall that gets the message, and then she will reach out to us to find the best fit for that person.
Okay, womenintrucking.org.
Alyssa
Kirkman
is in charge of our membership. And she can help you if there's any corporate sponsors out there that would like to do a corporate membership. We offer corporate memberships too.
And you can reach out to each one of us individually.
Absolutely.
I mean, all of us. Some of us you can find somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
So this has got to be a first of a first. We've got 3 guests in 2 chairs. It's been a great hour, though. It's great to see Jennifer. Great to see you guys. Great to kind of catch up with Ingrid after all these years. And
we love
Steve,
Ingrid.
you've been such a big part of my career.
One of these nights when you're up, we'll maybe give us a call and say, "What you doing?"
I know. And yeah, most people don't know, but when I used to talk to Steve every night for years.
Yeah.
And when he answered the phone, it was like,
"Hello, Half Pint.
What you doing?"
That was our. All right. Well, we're up to the top of the hour. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you. And
thank you.
Thank you for sharing your experiences, and good luck out there on the road.
Thank you for having us.
News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. President Trump's signature will appear on U.S. paper currency for the first time ever for a sitting president alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
President Trump will have his signature appear on future U.S. paper currency alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in order to mark the nation's 250th anniversary. Treasury officials say the move reflects confidence in economic growth, dollar dominance, and fiscal stability. This historic first will put a sitting president's signature on U.S. bills for the very first time. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Pennsylvania lawmakers have paused the Women's History Month resolution after a debate over defining woman.
In Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, a resolution honoring March as Women's History Month was temporarily shelved after a Republican amendment proposed defining woman in the text. What was expected to be a quick symbolic vote turned into a surprising floor moment, sparking laughter in the chamber. Democrats, holding a slim majority, opted not to vote on the amendment, while Republicans say the issue raises questions about how to celebrate women's achievements. The resolution could return to debate in the coming weeks. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Several Jeffrey Epstein survivors are suing the Department of Justice and Google over the release of their personal information. The class action lawsuit alleges the DOJ outed approximately 100 survivors in documents that were released in late 2025 and early 2026. The complaint also said, quote, even after the government acknowledged the disclosure violated the rights of the survivors and withdrew the information, online entities like Google continuously republish it, refusing victims' pleas to take it down. Bipartisan groups of lawmakers have also accused the Trump administration of failing to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
You've no doubt heard the proverb, variety is the spice of life, but experts say that is not the case when it comes to losing weight.
Researchers say eating the same meals over and over boosts weight loss. Psychologist Charlotte Hageman of the Oregon Research Institute led the study and says reasons include steady caloric intake as well as dietary consistency. The study, based on daily food logs kept by obese or overweight adults in 12-week weight loss programs across Oregon and Pennsylvania, is published in the journal Health Psychology. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The White House says it hasn't received a response from Iran to its 15-point plan for a ceasefire. At a gathering of G7 leaders in France on Friday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio added Iranian officials have not clarified who would take part in the negotiations. Rubio said the U.S. is not asking European countries to take part in military operations against Iran, but added those nations did have an incentive to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Rubio blasted a plan by Iran to start imposing toll fees for ships using the strait. He went on to say, we can achieve all our objectives without deploying ground troops in Iran. A Marriott hotel in Ohio is facing a lawsuit after a black guest said he was denied a room and told, quote, you people can't stay here, before police were called, with the company now under scrutiny as it reviews the incident and allegations. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
I started going cold turkey. Well, at least when I'm in the car.
I know I shouldn't do it, but it's so hard to stop. That's why I hide it.
Do it all the time. I stopped by locking it in my glove compartment.
My friend used to do it way too much. Now I turn it off when we're in the car.
My solution is simple. I just don't do it.
There are lots of ways to stop yourself and others from texting and driving. How will you stop? Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, where'd we leave off there? All I know is we're in Louisville, Kentucky, live from the Mid-America Truck Show 2026 edition. Just like that, I think we're rolling into hour number 3 already here this Saturday. I look over my shoulder, there's Snuffy. Granny's got to be around somewhere. Hello, Snuffy. I guess the daughter's along. Daughter's along for the ride. Yeah, good to see you. Hey, we played the musical chairs during the news break there. Welcoming our next guests. All right, we got Kevin and who?
Ryan.
Kevin and Ryan. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, what are you guys up to?
Oh, just here for the show.
Been here all 3 days. You got a booth set up here.
Yep, we do.
How's the business been? How's the show been? Pretty busy for you?
Yeah, it's been pretty busy.
Tell us a bit about what you guys do, where you're located, and of course, somewhere down the line you're associated. I think you're Hot Shot Secret Dealers. Is that correct?
Yep.
Well, give us the breakdown.
Well, I started in 2019. We started out of an ambulance and started doing the service mobile work. When we're located in Woodward, Iowa, not too far from Des Moines, Iowa. So about 5 years ago, we started our own diesel repair shop too, on top of the mobile, and we also offer towing and that kind of service too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this Ryan here, he's been with me since quite a few years here. He's been my friend, kind of helped me get rolling, and so basically how we started was I was working for a dealership, and I did that for quite a few years, and
that's like a mechanic, or
yep. I got almost 30 years experience, and decided I was going to go on my own, and started doing it every weekend, nights and weekends. Like I said, we work out of an ambulance, and Ryan here, he would help me on the weekends and nights and stuff to keep me, if I couldn't handle it, he would help me and come help me on the weekends. And that's kind of where we are our stepping stone at, and getting into the diesel world here.
You said work out of an ambulance?
Yep, we made an ambulance one of our mobile service trucks.
So you're doing like the roadside assistance?
Yep, roadside assistance, and we do a lot of stuff, engine stuff. We just got linked up with MD Alignment. We've been doing that's been a really good asset to us. Like I said, we got linked up with a great group of people out of Chicago. So we've been doing a 3-year warranty on the transmissions and gears, brand new Eaton parts. That's been a heck of a deal for these to offer our customers. And also we got linked up with the AFA group. So we've been offering the 2-year warranty on those kits, and it's kind of taken off fairly well.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a lot going on. We got a lot going on, and our boys are on the social media there, and that's kind of went viral. So.
And Ryan, what you're a friend? Are you also a mechanic, or what do you do? What's your?
Yeah, so I'm a mechanic. Like I said, it's just me and Kevin in the shop. The boys help us at night. I ran 2 companies in Des Moines, and then Kevin's wanted to make the leap to go full time, and I was kind of overdoing what I was doing, and been wrenching my whole life, and so I jumped on with him, and we made it go.
Mm-hmm.
So So like he said, we built service trucks. We got 3 service trucks now. I mean, I do anything from engine repairs, transmissions, gears, mobile welding. There's really nothing we don't do, honestly. We added the towing aspect the last year. We just got into the equipment hauling equipment for customers also.
So when you're talking towing in the big truck biz, you got to have one of them big tow trucks, right?
Yep. So we got a heavy duty wrecker to tow semis.
Mm-hmm.
We even do winch outs.
I mean, aren't those like $1 million investment?
Well, the funny story is us being a small shop and we're family owned, we actually build our own tow truck. We took an old home 750 wrecker and it's all converted to hydraulic now. We put it on a Peterbilt chassis. So luckily for us, we didn't have to make, $800,000, $1 million investment,
Mm-hmm.
and ours works just as good.
Mhm.
And it actually catches people's eyes driving down the road because it's something different. It's not something you see every day, but it works flawlessly. So, it's just, we like building our own equipment. We like the older trucks, stuff like that. So
That would be a question that comes to my mind with the truck, all the emission stuff and all the changes that have taken place in recent years. A truck today, how are you able to keep up with all the latest technology to work on the damn thing?
Well, we got a big line of diagnostics equipment. We made an investment. I think we got about $30,000 into our diagnostics equipment, and honestly, with the after treatment stuff, we're actually thinking about partnering up with a group with the DPF system, SCR stuff, and if we make this big leap in faith, it's going to be a big investment where we can do these inserts and stuff on the after treatment. We'll be able to service them, clean them. We're looking into that to where we can help customers to where a lot of times we're waiting with the after treatment stuff. If we got to wait for a week or whatever to get these guys on the road, we can't have that. We want to find out the best solution, and we also want to try to save the truckers money. We're in it to make sure we're not killing their pocketbook, and we want to get them back on the road. And we're going to do the right thing with the best warranty, the right parts, and
So when it comes to like roadside assistance, I was talking to a gentleman yesterday. I forget what state he was out of, but I think he was out of Kentucky. I think he was. I said nowadays it's getting more and more difficult to find people that are willing to go out there and actually give roadside assistance. TA cut out their roadside service.
It is difficult. I mean, besides a lot of mechanics and tow truck drivers getting killed because people not paying attention.
Right.
A lot of people don't want to be on the side of the road. And, these mobile mechanics also have the problem of getting paid. This trucking in today's world is getting really tight. So you get some people that just, they want to skip out on the bill and whatnot, but, we don't let it affect us. We just kind of keep rolling with it, but you just got to be careful what you're doing. But, there's still a strong need for roadside service. We get calls to scale houses for trucks not passing DOTs or, this and that, and we got to go out and get them up before.
I'd feel a little more safe about going in a location like that where they're off the road kind of thing. But what's the most common? It's probably tire blown, right?
Yeah, you get a lot of tires blown, or there for a while it was kind of weird, but we had a whole bunch of hubs on front axles go completely out and wipe the whole front axle out. And I mean, it happened to like 4 different customers, just weird, and we end up having to put a whole axle in the truck because it damaged it so bad.
You can do that on the roadside?
Well, normally what we do is if we go out and I'll assess it, and if it's bad, I'll go back shop, I'll get the semi-wrecker and I tow them.
Okay, that makes sense.
And if we're on the side of the road, say a major interstate, if I can do something within a couple minutes to limp them off onto an exit rest area, wait station, whatever, I'll do it. If it's, if not, I hook them up with a wrecker. I mean, they hate having that extra bill, but it's gotten to the point it's so hard to do some of this stuff on the side of the road and with people not paying attention.
Right.
I've had a lot of close calls where I've about been killed.
Mm-hmm.
You really got to keep your eyes open, and so, we just explain to the customer, it may not be happy of the extra money for the tow bill, but it's not worth a life. So
you're out of Iowa. What kind of I guess, radius do you operate? How far out do you go to pick up or help somebody on the side of the road?
Well, I'll go anywhere, honestly. If the customer's willing to pay the bill, I mean, usually we sit down, we give them a rough estimate of what it's going to cost. If they want to do it, we'll do it. I mean, if they want to pay me to go 5-10 hours, I'll go 5-10 hours. I mean,
wow.
Normally, you know, on average, the most we probably goes about 2 hours. But if somebody called and said, hey, I really like you guys and I want you to go 10 hours, I'll go 10 hours. You know, it's going to be an expensive bill.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're the type of company, we don't really turn anybody down or turn any type of work down. It's just some of it might be pricier than others, you know.
So how did you come into association with our folks at Hot Shot Secret here? You're a dealer, distributor, dealer, what you are both?
I actually met Rex and Tina. I was actually looking for her. I was going to give her a hard time, but last year met Tina and stuff, and we've been using Hot Shot stuff for years. Even before I became a dealer, I was already using it and buying it. So I had a lot of customers wanting it and wanting me to keep it on hand and stock it. And we're a firm believer. We love the stuff.
Do you try to introduce customers, clients that maybe aren't familiar with it?
Oh, absolutely we do. I actually, a good friend of mine, he got signed up yesterday for his shop, and I'm always referring people over and you know, want guys to try it and encourage them to just try it, and you know, because some of these older guys, they're all set in their own way, you know. So
is business pretty good right now? I mean, if business is good, I guess that means trucks are breaking down. But I mean,
yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, we got a really good loyal group of guys that we take care of, and a lot of repeat customers once they hear about us, and it's been kind of wild, especially with the social media stuff with the boys that went crazy.
And that's how do you get word out about, you know? So is it like TikTok things or little shorts?
We're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. We also do some radio advertisement close by. Obviously, we're on Truck Down, Truck Service, NTTS, those kind of deals. So, but a lot of times it's word of mouth. That's the majority of it. You know, like I said, that's our priority, to keep customers happy and make sure we're saving them money and getting the best product, best warranty we can. We don't want to have any other problems.
How much capacity do you have? Are you like a one-bay operation, or do you have?
No, we got 4 bays there and stuff. So, and that's why I said we could turn around stuff pretty quick. And I mean, there's times where we do get backed up, but they're not simple jobs either. We'll get in, like I said, we'll get into engine, transmission, clutches, gears, pretty much anything. The after treatment stuff can be a headache sometimes. So
how are parts availability right now? I know several years ago during the pandemic time, the drivers would say it's going to be 3 weeks before they can get my part in.
Yeah, we actually, it ain't like that anymore. We've got a pretty good group of guys, suppliers and stuff that we deal with, and you know, we obviously our volume's pretty good, so we you know, they usually have the stuff in a timely manner. A lot of times it's just a day or so we got to wait for something.
Okay, all right. Well, that's, you know, because who wants to spend 4 days at a hotel waiting on, you know?
Yeah, and that's why we're trying to work on something for the after treatment thing, because if you got to take the boxes and things out to have them cleaned, well, somebody local in Des Moines, Iowa, they're 4 to 5 days out. Well, we can't wait. If the filter needs cleaned and they figured out that it's cracked and it don't pass the testing, then that's why we're looking into this system to be able to do the boxes and do the inserts and different things to help people, because, you know, a lot of majority of the stuff is the after treatment. We know that's an issue, and we want to make sure we got a good team of products that we can offer for these folks and that.
So is that a common derating?
A lot of derating stuff, and, you know, the sensors, seemed like there was a lot of issue with the sensors and that, so.
Did you catch the news yesterday where I guess the EPA came out and they're kind of striking down that DEF sensor rule, which they say is going to, that just was announced yesterday. I'm not sure what kind of impact that's going to have overall, but.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where that all is going to go with. We've been paying close attention to it, and we're always different shops. There's about 25 of us. We all try to work together, and we got a lot of friends in different states. So we're all kind of a group, and we, if there's customers that I have that are in a different state, and they'll call me and they'll be like, hey, you know anybody here or there? And we're like, we got a pretty good group of guys to where we can all socialize together and all be together here.
I found your website, Robinson Truck and Trailer Repair. Looks like that's got to be you two guys.
Yep.
This is a little animated.
Yeah, you'll have to go on the social media, the Facebook and the TikTok, and check that out. We intended to do that deal for. We're not making any money on it and stuff. And my sister, she got involved in it about 4 months ago. I had a group from Texas that got me pretty steep on the social media deal. We spent $40K last year on that deal, and we only got one job out of it. And I was kind of frustrated with it. I wanted to give up on it. And she got involved, and that group, they didn't want to help us advertise our towing, or they would throw a fit if we throw the kids in there, and so yeah, it's kind of a funny deal and how it's taken off, and it's great. The people, so we intended there's a lot of depression and hard stuff on the road these days, and these people stay away from their families and stuff, so we wanted to do something where it's getting people smiling and laughing, and I know they're on there cussing and everything else, but it's quite the deal. It is. I mean, we've got a lot of followers now, and people that are following us, and they've been over buying t-shirts, and it's
That's
great.
pretty cool. All right, well, let me get a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll come back right after this.
Downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, back at it here. You were chatting during the break there. I was kind of explaining that I spoke to a gentleman that ran a service, kind of like a roadside assistance. He was based out of Kentucky, but he would only go out like a 50-mile radius, which I guess it makes sense. You guys, I was asking them, what's the weirdest job you've ever maybe done as a roadside assistance? A 10-hour away, went all the way to Texas from Iowa, and actually replaced a transmission, not on the side of the road. You were able to get it into a parking lot, but how did that work out?
Well, we had a customer call and said, it originally started out as it needed a clutch adjustment, And they actually called us to do it. It was like, we'll fly you to Texas. They didn't have a driver down there, so basically it was fix the clutch, drive the truck home. So one of us was just going to go, and then we just had a weird feeling. We were like, well, we'll both go. So we didn't really pack anything for clothes. We threw tools in a suitcase and jumped on an airplane and flew to Dallas. Got an Uber to where this truck was. Got there. I crawled underneath, adjusted the clutch, went to put it in gear, and all it would do is grind and jump out of gear. Truck wouldn't move. So after messing with it for a while, it had a different style clutch in it, so I was like, well, maybe something's wrong. We kind of went through everything, and I was like, well, it's good. Ended up finding the input shaft and the transmission was sheared off. So I'm like, okay, now we need a transmission. I'm like, truck's not,
Right.
Well, if we would have known this, we would have just drove our wrecker to Texas, picked the truck up, and drug it home.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't know this, so now we're sitting here in a parking lot, no vehicle because we Ubered. And we're like, how the hell are we going to do this? So we end up renting a car, get a ride to a car rental, rent a car. Then we go to Harbor Freight. We probably spent, $600 in tools because it was more tools that we didn't take with us that we needed.
Sure. Well, you thought it was a clutch adjustment.
Right. Well, in theory, yes. So we went and then bought a come along, all kinds of stuff. Go back to the parking lot, and we end up putting probably a 6x6 piece of chunk of square tube between the windows of the truck. So the tube stuck out each side of the door, out the windows. Well, pulled the shifter and the shifter boot and everything, wrapped a come along around the transmission, crawled under there, pulled the driveline bolts in the clutch, and we dropped it out with a come along on the ground. Well, then Kevin had to go take the car back and go rent a truck. Found a warehouse in Dallas that had a brand new transmission. Went and got the transmission, came back, and then we got it. So I don't remember how we got it underneath the truck, but we got it underneath the truck, and then he had to sit in the truck and try to jack the damn transmission all the way back up in the truck, and I had to get it lined up. Because normally we do a job like that, you got your transmission jacks, everything. It's a one guy job, but this you don't really plan on doing it redneck style like this. But like I said, there's no job that we won't do, and we got her done. And then we got the truck up and running and drove her all the way back to Iowa.
All said and done now, what kind of a cost was that? It probably cost a pretty penny.
I don't remember what the cost was on that.
Yeah, I don't remember either, but man, I could just remember how hot it was.
Oh, it was bad.
We were on a blacktop, and it was probably 110 degrees. And about a year ago, I was about 100 pounds heavier. And man, this fat guy I sweat my butt off inside that cab winching that thing up.
Yeah, and it was pretty funny. We walked into a gas station and wasn't thinking nothing about it, and I had everybody staring at me. Well, he didn't decide to tell me, but I walked in the bathroom and I was completely black, like head to toe, and it's from all the sweat and the clutch dust. And I was like, you don't realize how bad that heat is out on the side of the road on a blacktop until you're done. And it's like, we looked at each other, it's like, man, we're both wiped out. It was just,
Wow.
But we conquer anything that gets thrown our way. We won't back down, we'll tell you that.
There you go. Well, we're rolling up toward the bottom of the hour. Again, the easiest way for drivers out there, listeners, if they need your service, quality work, Hot Shot Secret endorsed. Find you on social media, find you on RobinsonTruckAndTrailerRepair.com.
Yeah, our phone number is 515-726-9144. Like I said, you can look us up on social media. We got our website going. One thing I'll stress is if you got to get a hold of us and we don't answer, please leave a voicemail. We get drowned in calls all the time with us just being a two-man shop. There's times our phone's ringing and we're laying underneath the truck and can't answer the phone. And we get some people get agitated sometimes, and we get that, but it's like, this day and age, it's hard to find more techs. We've been trying to find more. But me and Kevin's the type of people, if we got to work 18-hour days, 7 days a week to keep our customers rolling, that's what we do. It's just, kind of give us a little leeway. If we don't answer the phone, just leave us a message. We'll get back with you and go from there.
I thank you so much for taking the time to come over and join us. So we've got to get a news break, and we'll return after this live from the Mid-America Truck Show, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Some California residents are reporting swarms of so-called eye-biting flies. Sharon Reardon reports.
The biting black flies have been spotted in the San Gabriel Valley, including in Azusa, Glendora, Monrovia, and Altadena. Officials say insect repellent containing DEET will help keep the pests away. And on a positive note, the biting black flies do not transmit disease. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Savannah Guthrie gave her first detailed interview since her 84-year-old mother, Nancy Guthrie, vanished from her Arizona home. The White House is reportedly allowing Middle East officials to act as mediators in an effort to end the war in Iran. President Trump had given Iran until next Friday to open the Strait of Hormuz or face an attack on its energy infrastructure. On Thursday, Trump said he was extending the deadline by 10 days until April 6th because talks are going very well. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Playing the musical chairs, doing the shuffle here, coming back at it. Live from Louisville, Kentucky. All right, what do you say? Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Who do we have here? Oh, we got a couple of names just handed my way. Winners of our Bostrom seating seats this year. Somewhere out there is a Randy Sternberg. Randy is from Wisconsin. What, both winners are from Wisconsin? How does that work out? Jay Holfield Jay Hofield from Wisconsin. I'm not sure who won which seat, but there's our winners' names here. Congratulations. And thank you so much to the folks at Bostrom Seating for being a part of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And I think the seat I'm sitting in is going back to the secret bunker. Hey, we've got, next guest. Microphone on. Who do I have the pleasure of meeting?
My name is Courtney Neiman, and I am the Executive Director of the St. Christopher Truckers Fund.
Courtney, you are a new name.
I am.
Who was it that retired last year?
Donna.
Okay, and I think she's been doing it for several years.
17 years.
I made my way over earlier, and I forget the name. Was it Diane I spoke
Yes.
to? Okay. And she said Courtney, and I said, I thought Courtney was with Wreaths Across America.
There is another Courtney, yep.
Correct. And right after I spoke to her, we went down and spoke to Courtney.
Yep.
What's her name? Courtney George.
That's right.
All right. Well, good to have you with us. Of course, we always like to talk about the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, what it's all about. We'll start there, and I want to get your take. Of course, we lost one of the founders.
Yes.
Dr. John passed away a few months ago. Was that a sudden, or was he dealing with health issues?
Yeah.
It caught me by surprise.
He had some health issues within these last few months, so that's really all we knew. But
Was it a cancer diagnosis, or
I'm
do
really
you know?
not sure.
Not sure. Okay. Yeah, because I was scrolling through the trucking news, and it's like Dr. John McGilligan passes away. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
So, take us back in time. Going back, I guess Dr. John and Dave Nemo came up with the idea.
And Michael Burns. They're our founding fathers, as I call them.
Mm-hmm.
So they started us in 2007.
Almost up to a 20-year anniversary.
Woohoo! We'll be 20 next year. We're going to celebrate.
How about that?
Yeah, we're excited.
So they had the idea that we're knowing that truck drivers oftentimes find the health issues, maybe involved in an accident, find themselves unable to drive for a period of time. Let's create some sort of a way to try and help drivers.
Exactly.
That was the inception.
Yeah. So Dr. John saw a lot of drivers coming in and were in some financial hardship and just wasn't probably living the best lives that they could. And he said, we need to start a foundation and we need to find a name. And so the story goes, as he was talking to Dave, and he said, who's the saint, the one that does the traveling one? And he's like, Saint Christopher? And he's like, yeah, that's what we're going to name this place. So that's how our name came to be.
That's fascinating.
I know.
Of all the years, I didn't realize how the name came to fruition.
Yeah.
So what is the St. Christopher Fund all about? How does it work, and how can, if a driver needs help or a driver's family?
Yeah. So what we do, we are a nonprofit organization, and we help out over-the-road drivers, so they're away from their home 4 nights or more, and if they have had an illness or injury within the last 365 days and they're in financial hardship, we can help them out with rent, utilities, car payment, and insurance. We also have a health and wellness side as well, so we do Rigs Without SIGs, we have cancer screening kits, pre-diabetes program, vaccine vouchers, and all the stuff with our health and wellness programs. They all go out for free.
So that's a lot more than just that. That's all stuff that's come together over the last 8 or 10 years, I guess. Who came up with the idea of Rigs Without
I don't
SIGs?
know, but I love that name because it's very catchy. That's probably our number one program that we have on our health and wellness side. We have a great success rate with that. We have different ways that drivers can come in. I've tried to do this, I've tried to do that. We have a health and wellness manager that will talk to them and say, okay, well, let's just try this. And all the products that we have for that, we will ship that to them so they don't have to spend any money on that. We do have some people that come in and say, I want to quit cold turkey, and we're like, okay, go you. Let's see how we can get that happening for you. So it's just going to be there for the drivers, to help them through, because we understand they're in their rigs by themselves and you get in that habit, and we want to kind of be able to help them break that habit in whatever capacity that we can.
I know there's a lot of, companies that have offered to have fundraisers to help
Yep.
What's is it TA and Petro? Who does the bracelets? And,
we used to do the bracelets years ago, so we're not doing that anymore. But we'd love to bring that one back. So they do a roundup for us. Last year,
okay,
we had a couple of stores.
Would you like the roundup for St. Christopher Fund?
Yeah. So roundup to the next
That's
dollar.
pretty easy.
It really is. I do that when I go through some of this stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a whole lot easier, to say 34 cents and some change. Let me just round it up to $35.
Right.
So we get all that. But they're a wonderful organization that helps sponsor us.
I'm trying to think here. Any idea how many drivers over the years you guys have helped now?
We've helped a little over 4,100 drivers, and we've given out over $5 million in our 18 years.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
pretty significant.
It is. So we're hoping to double that amount of funds within the next 5 years. That's kind of a goal that I have, and obviously we want to help out more drivers in just whatever way that they need us. We understand what all that they do for us, and they really are the backbone of America, and everybody needs to get whatever it is. If you're sitting on it or you're wearing it, a driver brought it, and we completely understand that, and we don't want to have the great toilet paper thing that happened during the pandemic.
Shortage,
happen again. Everybody's got to get their toilet paper, so whatever we can do just to be able to keep a driver happy, healthy, and safe driving down the road to deliver product that we all need.
So what's kind of the criteria? How do you ascertain whether an individual is eligible for your help? And first that, and then how would they reach out to you, and what do they need to do?
So if they're on the financial assistance side, just go to our website. We have a brand new website, just came out a couple of weeks ago. It's truckersfund.org. Website hasn't changed, but you'll go to the Get Help tab, and you kind of scroll through that, and you'll hit on step 1, which is our screening criteria. We do have a few questions we want to ask you, and then if you complete that and you're eligible, it'll take you you'll receive an email that says we got it, and then within probably about an hour, you'll get an application that you'll fill out. Unfortunately, we've been scammed.
That was going to be kind of like the next question. Do you have to kind of do some background, or?
We just want to make sure that, the drivers that are needing us are truly, really needing us, because we want to honor those donor dollars that have been given to us and be good stewards of those funds. So we want to make sure they're going to those that are in need.
Absolutely.
So we do a employment verification. We do ask for medical records. We do ask, what all funds do you have coming in right now, things like that. Just, we're not going to ask you to see your bank account or anything like that, but we just want to make sure, again, that these drivers are truly in need. And if they're not, then we will give them a resource for them to go to somewhere else.
So you can give us some leads, advice on other potential help. And obviously, when you say the things you can help, rent, mortgage, whatever, you can't do it all. You can't pay the car payment, the truck payment, the mortgage, and all, but you can try to give some assistance,
just
right?
Just a little bit. I was meeting with a driver here yesterday, and I didn't know about it. She just sat down beside me, and she said, "You all just helped us in December." And she said, "You helped us keep our house. You helped us keep our car." And we're both just boo-hooing, But that's what we're there for. And apparently her husband had slipped at a gas station and broke both of his arms. So, he was out of work for a while. And she just said, "There's nothing I can repay you with. You kept my house. Like, we kept a roof over a family." And I just want to cry now. But yeah,
so you can offer assistance for, obviously everything's got a limitation. A month or two, or how much?
We have a certain financial amount that the boards allow us.
Like a dollar and cents kind of thing. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Whatever you can stretch this out, whatever needs to be covered, this is what we can do for you.
Yeah, so we have a billing specialist. Her name is Rhonda. She's amazing. And so Rhonda will reach out to them and say, "Okay, how can I help you?" We do have to get proof of the bill, and then we send the check to the actual company itself. We don't send it to the driver. So
making sure the bill is covered.
Absolutely. So we'll send it to the mortgage company or the landlord or the
makes perfect
apartment
sense.
complex.
Yep. So ain't nobody going to be able to get a check in the mail and say,
No.
I decided I didn't want to pay the mortgage. I'm just going to, right.
No, we don't do the pocket money. I just need some pocket money. We don't do that one. So
very good.
Yeah.
Some of the other programs you mentioned, you have like a diabetes prevention. I'm looking at your website. I found the new truckersfund.org.
Isn't it beautiful?
Looks good.
Yeah, they did a great job.
Tell me about Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week course. What is that all about?
So that's one that a driver can go through, and if they have, high cholesterol, anything dealing with high blood pressure, we just kind of walk them through 12 weeks. Again, get them into a wellness program. What do they want to work on? What is their goals? That's what we're there to do, is to help to support them. We also are able to offer groups that meet a couple of times a week with other drivers that are on the road, so that they can tell them, hey, this is a place to stop and you can eat healthy here, and this is what you can get, and it tastes really good. We're sitting behind a desk and we're not on the road, but they're on the road, so they will know those things. And so to be able to have that peer support amongst the drivers as well, to be able to encourage them, that's what we want.
Well, we know life on the road is not really very healthy, right? There's the eating habits. There's not that much really healthy to choose from.
You can eat healthy. You just got to, make some different choices in life.
Is Subway considered healthy?
Lettuce, tomato, cucumbers.
I want the meatball sub.
Okay, everything within a little bit of moderation. So maybe we have that on a special day once a year, but other than that, we're looking at those more healthy things. So
I'm not a rabbit food fan, but I'm high cholesterol, high blood pressure. It's kind of synonymous with the sedentary lifestyle of truck drivers.
Yeah, so we just want to encourage them to.
You try to get them to what? Walk around the parking lot or what?
Stretches. We'll send you the bands that you can help to do some stretches. My understanding is that you're supposed to check your rig every time you get ready to get on the road. So why don't you do some stretches while you're doing that? Why don't you do some knee lifts while you're doing that, or get out some weights and do some arm stretches and things like that while you're checking out your rig. Make sure everybody is safe before they get on the road.
Right. Well, so I know you guys have been here year after year at the Mid-America Truck Show.
This is my first year.
Oh, your first year.
I know.
But this, how's it been up there? I think you're the same location.
We are.
The North Wing lobby there.
We are. Yeah, it's been amazing. This is a good one. I like this. So
you've never experienced this particular show?
No, I haven't. I got hired after the event last year.
Okay. So
and I'm a newbie.
You're the new kid on the block.
I am. People are like, oh, you need to go see so-and-so and do this. And I'm like, I don't know where those people are. Can you show me? And they're like, oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You haven't been here before. I'm like, yep.
So it's quite an experience then. You probably met a cast of characters up there.
There's a couple of them.
There's some real doozies up here. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
Exactly.
So again, the best way to contact you through the website, truckerfund.org.
Truckersfund.org.
I'm sure you guys have the social media thing and all that, Facebook and
all the social media platforms. We have Nick. He's our media manager, so he makes sure that we're on all the different platforms, and you can reach out to us. So. But yeah, really, the truckersfund.org is the best way to get a hold of us.
Any big events coming up in the future? I think there was some sort of event
have our walk
last year. Okay.
We have our virtual walk that's going to occur the first full week in May. It is virtual, so you can go on to the website now and sign up. It's $50, and you also get a T-shirt. I will say that doing chores around the house counts towards your steps, because I did that last year.
Okay.
Doing laundry, getting those steps in. But it's just a great time to get out. That kind of runs into Mother's Day as well. So maybe walk with your mom or that mom in your life and, kind of get some more steps in. But yeah, all that information is available on our website.
Last year they had some sort of, was it Dave Nemo played the drums or something? What do you know? Maybe you might have come in after that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was some sort of a celebration of some sort, but
okay.
All right, but you don't have anything like that coming up on the slate?
Not that. So our walk is the next thing. We've got some more shows that we're going to be at. We're hoping we're going to be at Super Rigs up in Bristol. That's kind of in our area.
Okay.
So we're going to go there. Again, just kind of got some other conferences that we're wanting to go to. And then we have National Truck Driver Appreciation Week going on. So we're hoping also to be able to do a healthy challenge during the month of September. We don't have any ideas on that one yet. So we kind of wanted to get through Matt's, see what was going on, and then we're going to buckle down and kind of start working on those
So
things.
we've talked about how you help the drivers or the people in need.
Mm-hmm.
The way you do that, though, is from people like me and others out there that are fine today making a
Right.
donation, right?
Yeah. So on our on our website, in the top right-hand corner, there's a big red button that says Donate. So you can click on that, and it'll take you to all the different ways that you're able to donate to us. We are appreciative of every dollar that comes in, and it goes right back out to one of our drivers in need, whether it's the financial side or it's on the health and wellness side.
And I did the click there, so I mean, anywhere you've got $20 to whatever you want to give, a big, small, in between.
Absolutely.
All surely appreciated,
Every
right?
single penny is appreciated.
All right. Anything we've missed? Anything you'd like to throw out there that I maybe neglected to ask you? Or
I don't think so. I think that just the walk is the next thing. So go on the website and check it out and sign up, and we'll send you a shirt. We've got all the health and wellness. We do have a new screening kit that just got dropped this month. We have the cervical cancer one. So we have one for men, which is prostate. We have one for women, which is cervical cancer. And then we have one for both, which is the colorectal.
So is that more like, men, that's like a little blood
Mm-hmm.
stick or whatever, PSAs, essentially? Is that what that is? Okay.
Yeah. So we get a little blood in a vial, and it gets shipped to the lab. Please don't send it to us.
Okay.
It comes in a pre-envelope stamped, and you'll just ship it back to the lab with all of the kits. And then within usually 3 to 5 business days with each one of them, they'll let you know your results. But those are free, so we pay for those. So we want to remove all barriers for any
Gotcha.
driver
Right.
that says, hey, I can't afford it. No worries, we will pay for that.
Oftentimes, if you can't afford insurance, you say you avoid your routine physicals, and so you're not checking your PS
Right.
and all those. Yep.
Yeah. So same thing with cervical cancer for the women that are out there. We want to be able to help out with that, and the colorectal stuff.
Thank you so much for
You're
coming by
welcome.
to see us here, and I guess have a great rest of the show, because we're down to just 3 hours left. I guess, and
only a
be
few more
packing things
hours.
up. And where's the home 20? Where you got to roll down to?
Knoxville, Tennessee. That's where our headquarters are.
Okay.
So, and then I'm home 48 hours, and I head home to the next event.
Already?
I know.
Where's next?
I'm going to ATA's Safety, Security, and Human Resources. It's in
Okay.
Oklahoma City. So Tuesday
Okay.
morning I head back out.
Well, life on the road.
It is. I love it.
Almost like a truck driver.
Almost.
Well, great to meet you again. Thanks so much for coming by, and
Thank
have a great
you.
rest of the show. Maybe we'll see you next year.
Sounds great.
All right, back with more after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts, or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
right, where we leave off there? A couple minutes for news break. Who we got coming up next hour? Looks like Adam Sprague comes our way. He's one of the custom build guys. Sprague Built Customs. Yeah, bottom of the next hour, the one and only Louis Pugh. With OOIDA, a couple things we can talk about. Been a pretty active weekend here in Louisville in regards to the trucking industry, of course, with the FMCSA director and even the transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, making live appearances, spending some time talking actually to the drivers, getting your input. We'll get the latest on what was a pretty significant announcement this past day from the Environmental Protection Agency. Scrapping the DEF censor rule. I'm not exactly sure what that's going to mean. I'm pretty sure Louis can explain it to us, though, coming up. And there was an update just this past day as well. We've been talking a lot about Delilah's Law. I guess there's yet another revised version that just came out on the Senate side. And it says here from CDL Life, commercial driver's license holders present in the U.S. illegally would face several stringent new penalties under the Senate's new Delilah's Law Act. This, when they say severe, they're not kidding around. Yeah, believe it or not, in the mix. The headline is actually a new death penalty aggravating factor. When a covered alien using a CDL kills another person in a motor vehicle accident. That's about as severe as it gets. And there is a proverbial laundry list of updates under the Senate version of Delilah's Law. We'll probably touch on some of that with Louis coming up here as well. So much more to come. Got a couple hours yet to roll here live from the Mid-America Truck Show. First, though, a news update. News, a service of Industrial Injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Tiger Woods has been released from police custody after being charged with DUI in connection to a car crash in Florida. Jim Forbes has more.
The Martin County Sheriff said Woods' Land Rover clipped the back of a truck's trailer while driving at suspected high speeds in Jupiter Island, Florida, where Woods lives. The Land Rover ended up on its side. The sheriff said officers suspect he was impaired by something that could include medication or drugs. Wood was also charged with destruction of property and for refusing to submit to a urine test. In 2021, Woods was seriously injured in a rollover crash in Southern California. I'm Jim Forbes.
The Department of Homeland Security is confirming collaboration with the Department of Justice in an effort to obtain voter roll information. Jim Roop has the story.
The DOJ has broadly asserted it needs to see voter rolls to ensure that they are accurate and has pressured states to turn over the information. However, more than 20 Democrat-run states have sued to fight the release of the data, arguing it violates privacy rights. The exact nature of the data being shared remains unclear, but according to reports from CBS News, the information was slated to be shared with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I'm Jim Roop.
Houthi rebels in Yemen have entered the Iran war by launching missile strikes at Israel. A military spokesperson for the Houthis announced the attack this morning on their satellite TV station and said the rebels fired a barrage of ballistic missiles targeting what he called, quote, sensitive military sites in southern Israel. The spokesperson said the strikes will continue until all of their objectives are achieved and until, quote, aggression against all fronts of the resistance ceases. The Israeli military says it intercepted one Houthi missile. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Trump's signature will appear on U.S. paper currency for the first time ever for a sitting president, alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
President Trump will have his signature appear on future U.S. paper currency alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in order to mark the nation's 250th anniversary. Treasury officials say the move reflects confidence in economic growth, dollar dominance, and fiscal stability. This historic first will put a sitting president's signature on U.S. bills for the very first time. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
You've undoubtedly heard the proverb, varieties and spice of life, but apparently not when it comes to losing weight.
Researchers say eating the same meals over and over boosts weight loss. Psychologist Charlotte Hageman of the Oregon Research Institute led the study and says reasons include steady caloric intake as well as dietary consistency. The study, based on daily food logs kept by obese or overweight adults in 12-week weight loss programs across Oregon and Pennsylvania, is published in the journal Health Psychology. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
12 U.S. service members have reportedly been injured in an Iranian missile strike at an air base in Saudi Arabia. The New York Times said the missiles hit the Prince Sultan Air Base south of the capital of Riyadh on Friday, and that 2 of the service members are seriously injured. The attack also damaged multiple U.S. refueling aircrafts. It's a second missile strike at an air base. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck down.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Gotta hit the right magic twanger there. All right, here we go. Another hour, just like that. Rolling into a Saturday afternoon, believe it or not. Live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Once again, the 2026 edition. Okay, we get another hour started here. There's a face that's actually familiar. What are we back for? Maybe the third time?
I think it's third year.
Third time around.
Yep.
Welcome. Hello, Adam. How the heck are you?
We're here.
Another year has passed us by, and I guess you're going to fill us in. Life has changed a tad since we last spoke.
Just a little. Yeah, it's been wild. Yeah, when I started building these trucks, I had no idea what I was really getting into and what it would really turn into. And the first year I sat here and talked to you, I had a truck that I wasn't sure anybody would even like, and brought it and let it sit inside. And here I am a couple years later, and I've quit my job and building trucks, and I'm booked out to 2028 building trucks, and it's been crazy, that's for sure.
Wow. That's great, huh? So take us back in time. It was like 2 years ago, you had built, what was that? It was... So
it was a 1968 International Lodestar 1700, and I had actually, I took it and put it on a Dodge 3500 chassis. So it was an 04 Dodge. It had the Cummins motor in it, 5.9 Cummins, manual transmission, NB 5600, and I just took that truck and took two and made one, and put some big 24-inch semi wheels on it and stacks and tanks, and it's just something I thought would be neat to do. And first show I took it to, I was just absolutely blown away. It got put in Diesel World magazine, and all these people put it social media viral, and I didn't even really know what I'd done at the time, to be truly honest.
Right.
And I remember leaving that show, heading home, and thinking, this could be the start of something new. And sure enough, here we are.
So now, was that... Had you brought it to Louisville first?
No, it actually been to Ultimate Callout Challenge was the first show I took it to. It was
UCC,
a diesel truck event,
which Hot Shot Secret's heavily involved in.
There for sure. And at the time, I ran Hot Shots products at the time, to be truly honest, but I didn't know anything about them at the time or anything like that. And through collaborations of other people and talking to other companies, Jack Swax is one of my big sponsors. They're who I'm here with this week for a truck I built for them. And they introduced me to Kyle, and Kyle's like, well, yeah, we want to be on that truck. And so it's just been a crazy ride from there. So yeah, this show whatever that would be, the first year I was here, that was the first time I ever even met Kyle. And he's like,
he came over, and I guess he was kind of fascinated by it, and he came, drug me over there.
Mm-hmm.
And you were kind of showing us around. It was definitely unique.
Yeah, they're just different. I get a lot of kind of the older generation of farmers and people that used to drive those trucks back in the 60s and 70s when they were grain trucks or just the medium duty trucks. That's just what they used, and they're like, oh, I used to drive one of these. And so a lot of people are just cool to see that I've done something with them and they're not rotting away or in a junkyard somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So you had that vehicle here. Kyle hooked up with you, and kind of what was it, a sponsorship or an endorsement or what?
Well, at first I wasn't really sure because I just was told, hey, I'll send you some products. So I was like, oh, cool, that's awesome. And at the time, the only other person I had that was giving me a sponsored product was just Jack's Wax, just cleaning products and stuff like that.
To keep it shiny.
Yeah. So I was thinking, okay, cool. I got some oil, got some additives. I'm already running the stuff for fuel additives. I'll just keep doing it. Well, it wasn't until this show that I talked to Kyle and I was like, well, thanks for the stuff. And he's like, well, yeah, let me know if you need anything else. I'm like, so what is this? What even are we doing? And he's like, oh, dude, you're with us now, 100%. And they've done full interviews and videos and stuff they posted social media. And I got some other stuff. I probably can't talk about it yet, but I'm doing for Hot Shot Secret, another project that Kyle's got me working on for him. Maybe we'll be seeing those at some of the shows here eventually.
I don't think it's top secret. You're going to spoof up his booth display a little bit.
There you go.
He was kind of telling me a little bit about that.
Okay.
So
yeah, we're building. I guess we'll tell people.
You had the idea. It was he needed some sort of a card or something, as he was kind of trying to say that.
Well, they come to these shows and he said it's just a pain. They do like 100 shows a year, and every time they go to a show, they have to, get the table set up, get the tablecloths put on, and all the product comes out of the trailer, out of boxes, and then they set it out on the table. And Kyle's just like, it's such a pain in the butt to have to, every night you take it out,
take it down,
you take it down, and then you put it back. And he said, it'd just be nice to have something I could just roll in and out of the trailer, loaded it at home before we leave, and just, so the carts we're building will house product from each side that will be accessible, that they can refill, and it'll just be, it's all on wheels, it's got brakes on it. It's a similar kind of look to the engine cart that's sitting over there in a way, with the bigger go-kart tires and stuff on it. And he'll literally just be able to push it in and out of the trailer, and it's got sides that fold up on it. So at night they can just fold the sides down and lock it, and nobody can get into it, and then fold it back up, and then it's a sign that sits up right on top of it that says Hot Shot Secret, and they're all powder coated and aluminum. I mean, they're pretty sweet.
So the idea is, what do you call it, a fabricator? Is that kind of what it is?
Yeah, I do. I call it custom.
When you overheard the conversation or something, and he was talking about needing carts, and you said something like, well, I build cars.
Yeah.
Or I could build carts.
Well, and I guess the true story of how it really started was I had built so Jack's Wax has this flooring that they use in their booth that just locks together. And it was just a pain to set up every time that we would go over and do that. So it just worked out that it's like, hey, let me build you a cart that we can put all this stuff in so it's easier to move around. So I built that cart for them, and Kyle had seen it, and he was like, well, who built that cart? And they kind of pointed me out, and Kyle's like, well, I seen what kind of trucks you can build. I'm sure you can build a cart. So so that's kind of where all that came together.
All right, so now you've got a vehicle here at the show this year, right?
Yes. So it's a truck I was actually in process with last year when I was here talking on the radio, and it's a 75 Lodestar. It's actually an original 4-door. They're kind of rare to find, but you can find them. And it's actually a 4-door big truck cab, and it's sitting on an 06 Dodge chassis, pretty much just like what my truck is, but same type of motor and running gear and everything. But it's got the real fancy shiny black paint on it, and it's very, very, very nice truck.
What's the next build?
Oh my! So I have two in process right now. One's another 75. It's a 2-door, and the other one is a 70 2-door. So one of them is at paint right now for getting the cab done, and they're actually painting the frame this week. Actually, this weekend. So when I go back next week, I'm going to start putting that truck back together. That one's completely on air ride, a full high horsepower motor coming swapped done in it, the big motor, full built transmission, all custom air ride that I did on it. It's going to be a bad machine.
So you said you were working for someone else, I guess, when several years ago.
Yep,
now you're running your own shop
completely on my own. Yeah, I ran heavy equipment and drove truck and hauled equipment for 15 years, and I just assumed I'd do that forever. And when I built my truck and it started getting all this traction, I thought, well, hey, might as well try it. The wife's like, well, you're good at what you do, so even if this doesn't work, you could always go back to driving truck or running equipment. So I just took the leap and tried it, and the first two end up with the next, and then before you know it.
So
the
is it
phones
like
keep
word of
ringing.
mouth where people have seen some of your work and then they have a vision of something they'd like customized or built? Or
Yep, most of them nobody's really seen these Lodestars a whole lot that are done up like I do them. They're becoming a little more popular now. There's a few more of us doing them, but that's kind of what people see those and they're like, well, that'd be so cool to pull a camper. It's just different than a pickup truck, and just something different to drive around and have. And so yes, they see social media stuff. As far as my Facebook and Instagram, I have a YouTube channel that I actually build the trucks on. So every week I release a video of my process of putting these trucks together.
How do they find that? What's your YouTube?
It's Spragen Built on YouTube, SPRAGEN Built. And yeah, I got over 10,000 subscribers on there now, and I've had people come up to me here at the show and be like, "Hey, watch your channel. Appreciate your stuff."
So is that
It's
where
cool
you
to
can
see it.
start getting some is that monetization level?
Yeah.
Where you actually get some.
Yeah, I don't make a killing, but I make something off it.
Right.
$500, $600, $700 a month, something like that.
That's not bad.
It's something.
If you get 1 million viewers, what do you get?
Oh, man. I mean, it's an algorithm based on views and watch hours and all that stuff. But yeah, you
But they
can
can
make
go
some good
step
money.
by step and see some of the process. What do you have, like the history of how that first one? Is that all up there?
Yep. My very first video, I talked about my truck and the process I went through to build it. Now, I didn't build it with video, so it's a lot of pictures and stuff of me talking about it, but I think that video is in the 70,000 view range right now, something like that. So a lot of people have seen that video and have tagged on and know who I am because of that. And yeah, people just keep following what I do. I mean, the black truck I have here, you can literally watch me build that truck from beginning to end on that YouTube channel.
So that's pretty cool. You said you're booked up till 28?
Yeah, I have 2 trucks in the shop now that actually should have been done already, but they keep adding stuff to them. So, but that's all right. But I have those 2 to finish this year. I have 2 full more builds for this year to do still, and then I have 2 for 27, and I have 1 for sure, maybe a second for 28
So
already.
doing this customization, has that become your full-time job? This is
Spragen Built
strictly
Customs
what
is
you're
me.
doing.
Yep.
So one build takes how long?
I try to build a truck in 6 months. I try to. I'm beginning to see that's probably a little steep if they want them extremely nice. But I'd say probably 6 to 10 months is probably for a really, really nice one. I could put one together that quick.
And that's considered quick, but it's a full-time job.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that kind of time, what kind of outlay are these guys looking at? Is the cost no limit?
It depends on the guys. I mean, a lot of the people I'm building for now, I mean, they don't have endless pockets, but they definitely, are well off. I mean, I tell people a base built truck, and that's no air suspension, not a cab paint. That's just like a patinaed cab, kind of like mine. A nice seat inside, AC and heat, big set of semi wheels, stacks, tanks, the frame painted and all that. Pretty much a stock motor, maybe a tune or something done to an engine or something like that, some injectors, something little. I mean, your base at $75K for that's like bare minimum. Most people end up closer to 100, and if you want air ride, it's over 100 right now.
Wow.
Easy. Yeah. I mean, the one that's here was well north of 100. I'll just say that.
Who's the guy down at Industrial Injection? He's the guy
Steve Darnell?
Yeah. So is he are you kind of doing the same thing that he's doing?
Very similar. I know the first year I came, I actually talked to Steve from watching his show, and it's been cool that every year since I come back, and he's like, "Hey, you got your truck here? You got another one? What are you doing? What are you building?" And
was he the Trick My Truck guy? What was his?
His was, I think it was called Vegas Rat Rods.
Okay.
I think is what his show was. His company's
Yeah,
called
because he's in
Welder Up.
Vegas. Yeah, he's building his own little town out there now.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy looking.
I haven't seen. Has he got some? Is that some up on YouTube or something? Or?
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel that he's kind of shares some of that on. I've seen. Yeah.
Let's get a quick time out here. Back with more Adam Spragen. Spragen Built Custom. just do a quick Google search. You'll find. I found your Facebook page just like that, and I think the Jax Max, is that the one that you've got here right now?
Yeah, the Jax Wax one, the 4-door, the black one. Yep.
The black one, yeah.
It's a black 4-door.
We'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Mid-America Truck Show.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Now, looking at I pulled up his Facebook page. So technically, the first truck there, that was the one that was here 3 years ago. The one that kind of got you introduced to us. That's a sweet-looking Jax Wax on display here in Louisville. How long did it take to get that one put together? Did you do that from scratch? Or?
Yeah. I built that truck from day one. The cab actually was a fire truck out of California. A lot of those 4-doors were either fire trucks, railroad or linemen, or like tree service trucks is what a lot of those 4-door cabs originally were for. But that was a fire truck out of California, and somebody had purchased it and had it back in New Hampshire and had built a truck out of it, and then I guess got bored with it and decided to build something else, so he pulled the cab off, and I had seen the cab online for sale, and the owner of Jax Wax, we reached out and purchased it, and that's where it all started.
6 months turnaround. Now, from bottom to top, you fabricated all that.
Yep. So, like I said, under them is a 2006 Dodge 3500. So it's a 1-ton dually, 2-wheel drive truck underneath, the front suspension, the rear axle, the frame, the engine, transmission, all that stuff is still out of the Dodge pickup truck. But
so is this stuff that comes in like all beat up and rusty and kind of, or you gotta?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, I try to look for a cab that's fairly clean, just because I don't overly enjoy rust repair as far as body work stuff. I mean, the fabrication, the hard fabrication is what I really enjoy. But some of them come in pretty rough, yes. So, but I usually end up, to get those engines and transmissions to fit in those trucks, they don't fit well at all. So I end up usually cutting the whole floor pans out and the firewall and just literally starting over, because it's just easier than just trimming and trimming and trimming to get stuff to fit. It's just cut it all out and start over.
So how many shows do you get to go to now?
With Hot Shots?
Well, I guess with everybody overall. They keep you. Do you get to go to a lot of different events?
I do. Yes, Hot Shots has me at events all over, and Jax Wax has me at some. I've been at some shows down in Tennessee for people. The Hunter, what do they do? Hunter does like alignment racks and tire changing stuff and all that. They're actually going to have me at some shows this year. They just love my truck, and they're like, hey, we need something cool on our racks just to show off, and so they're going to have me in some stuff. There's been talk of all kinds of things, but I got a little one on the way that's going to be here in May, so I'm probably going to lay off the shows a little more this year until fall.
Got to have some home time.
Yeah.
Right?
So
I mean, as much as you've grown, are you going to have to maybe bring a sidekick in to give you some help in some of these builds?
So I have two guys that help me. My dad's one of them, so he's helping do some design work, because some of the stuff I do is repetitive in these trucks that I do, and so instead of me fully fabbing them from scratch, I could actually, be able to have a CAD drawing that he, makes the parts, and then I can just have them cut off on a CNC table just to make my stuff a little easier. So he's helped me with some of that, and of course he was big in the designing of these carts, which really helped, having him to help me bring my vision to life with them, and he threw his engineering background in those too. So I got him helping me pretty much all the time, and then I have another younger kid that helps. He's a firefighter full time, but he comes the days he has off or in the evenings, and just helps me assemble stuff. Him and his dad have built some cool like air righted older C10 trucks and stuff, so he's got a good idea of what he's doing as far as the custom stuff.
Where's Hot Shot Secret have you show up at? What kind of, is like with some of the Diesel Series racing stuff? Or?
Yep. UCC was a big one. Kyle really wanted me up at what's the big uphill semi-drags that's in Michigan?
I know what you're talking about. That's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, he really wanted me up there this year, but that show is literally the same weekend that we're having a kid, or that we're due. So I told him probably can't do that one this year, unfortunately.
A couple of years ago, we were talking about trying. He wanted me to try to get out. He said, man, we should do a live show there from the truck pools.
Right.
But it turns out that venue, I think, he said, like out in the middle of nowhere, and you don't like have cell service. And he says, lucky we didn't, because we wouldn't have had any internet connection or anything. It would have never worked.
Right.
But
they'll broadcast stuff.
Yeah.
So I know he wanted me up at that show this year. He even talked about they have segments they do, and the TV show Truck U, and so he really wanted me up there this year because they come to that show to introduce me, and then he wanted me to be on their show to sign me up for that. That may still happen. I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. But
gotcha.
Just these opportunities that keep happening, and I'm just blown away. I just figured I was always going to run heavy equipment, and that was just what I was going to do my whole life. So this is just
it's amazing
a whole change.
how just like a weekend somewhere can change things overnight.
100%. Yeah.
Well, it's great to see you again, brother. I mean, it's best wishes to you. I guess congratulations. Going to be your first young
child.
one.
Yep.
A boy. Are you ready to change diapers?
We're going to find out.
All right. Thank you so much. We're rolling up to news break here, so congratulations, and I hope all goes well. Maybe we'll see you again next year.
It's possible.
Keep our fingers or thumbs up that we're all still employed by that point in time, right?
That's very true.
That's what I'm thankful to be here, and it's all because of Hot Shot Secret.
That's right.
Yep. All right, we're going to get a news break. This time around, as always, a service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. What do we have? About 90 minutes to go here live from the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. Back following a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It appears Houthi rebels in Yemen have entered the Iran conflict by launching missiles at Israel. A military spokesperson for the Houthis announced the attack on their satellite TV station, saying the rebels fired a barrage of ballistic missiles targeting what they call sensitive military sites in southern Israel. The spokesperson said the strikes will continue until all of their objectives are achieved and until the aggression against all fronts on the resistance ceases. The Israeli military says it intercepted one Houthi missile. The White House says it hasn't received a response from Iran to its 15-point plan for a ceasefire, At a gathering of G7 leaders in France on Friday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Iranian officials have not clarified who would take part in the negotiations. Rubio said the U.S. is not asking European countries to take part in military operations against Iran, but added those nations did have an incentive to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He also said the U.S. can achieve all of its objectives in Iran without deploying ground troops. President Trump says the U.S. is ending the threat of Iran.
Speaking at an international economic forum in Miami Beach, Trump said Iran has used, quote, nuclear blackmail against the U.S. for years.
America is ending the threat posed by this radical regime, decimating Iran's capabilities with Operation Epic Fury, something that nobody's ever seen anything quite like it.
He touted his decision to end the Iran nuclear deal, claiming Iran would have had a nuclear weapon long ago if the deal had remained in place, adding he believes the U.S. has saved the Middle East. I'm Jim Forbes.
It appears personal documents from FBI Director Kash Patel have been breached by Iranian hackers. Patel's resume and other documents have been posted online by hackers connected with Iran. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Iran is banning its national sports teams from traveling to countries it considers hostile. Iranian media says the move is due to concerns over the safety of its athletes, and the ban is in place until further notice. Iran qualified for the 2026 World Cup, but their participation has been under threat since conflict with the U.S. and Israel began in late February. President Donald Trump indicated Iran's national team was welcome to play in the U.S., but also noted it might not be appropriate. The opening round of the Women's Sweet 16 basketball tournament has wrapped up. Number 1 seeds UConn and UCLA, along with number 3 seed Duke and number 6 seed Notre Dame, are moving on after wins on Friday night. The Sweet 16 finishes Saturday with 4 games. In Fort Worth, Texas, number 2 seed Michigan plays number 3 Louisville. Number 1 seed Texas takes on number 5 seed Kentucky. In Sacramento, California, number 1 seed South Carolina will face number 4 Oklahoma. Number 3 TCU will square off with number 10 Virginia. Tiger Woods back in the news again, and not in a good way. Woods released from police custody after being charged with DUI in a Florida car crash. Martin County Sheriff said Woods' Land Rover clipped the back of a truck's trailer while driving at high speeds in Jupiter Island. The pro golfer was also charged with destruction of property and for refusing to submit to a urine test. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, round and round we go. Where we stop, who knows? Hey, back at it. Here we are, actually kind of in the process beginning to wind things down at the Mid-America Truck Show. A couple hours left for folks to get in here and see the sights, take your pictures. Turned out to be a pretty nice day, actually. A little chilly to start things off. We've warmed up out there. Sun's shining. Winds have calmed. I'd say it's a perfect day. Hi, welcome back. There's a familiar face. Who are you?
Yeah, Louis Pugh, buddy. How are you?
What's going on, Louis?
Oh, I had a great time. Looking forward to the end. You know, Louisville's always a good time to get here, and by the time we're done, it's a good time to go home.
What's amazing is we spoke. It might have been right about 24 hours ago, but there's breaking news. There's things we can talk about right now that we did not know of 24 hours ago.
That's true. There's always breaking news, right?
Right about the time you guys were breaking out yesterday. What is this EPA ruling? Have you had a chance to dissect it?
Are you talking about President Trump talking about the deaf?
The censor rule or something?
Yeah, well, President Trump, and I mean, which this is a good sign. It's coming from the top. It's more of a guidance, I guess you would say, than rule. But he was at an agricultural event, talking to folks from John Deere and all these other folks what to do for their what they could do to help them on this on pollution and engines and equipment, because President Trump said himself he likes to buy older stuff because it doesn't have all this pollution stuff on it.
Right.
So he said that we're going to get rid of this DEF and work on it. Now again, it's not a rule yet, so companies and manufacturers can continue to produce motors or equipment with all this junk on it if they want. But I would say when it comes from the president, from the top of the heap, it's probably going to get down to where it does become a rule and a rulemaking, and then hopefully a congressional mandate.
Okay. It says EPA announces new guidance. So guidance is not per se a rule.
Right. Guidance is just that. It's just guidance, so.
To remove the DEF sensor requirement.
Right.
The sensor, that's the thing that is going to start, slowing you down, derating?
Yeah, the sense and like all that. So I think there's more to come. This all sort of, came out quickly. I think if we watch this, and if you follow Landline and listen to your show over the next few days, we'll probably have more information on this as it goes. But yeah, I mean, for this point, we don't have anything written in stone that they're going to pull all this stuff away where we don't have it. And I've heard from a few people that said they've talked to their engine manufacturer, and their engine manufacturer said at this point they're not going to quit making stuff that way because there's no set in stone yet. So they could, till that happens, this could all change with another president or anything like that. So
unless it's codified.
Right.
Next step, it says the EPA also noted the approved NOx sensor-based software updates. Would that be the tune kits?
Yeah, like tuning and stuff like that. Yes, that's what I would consider.
Can be installed on existing engines without being treated as illegal tampering.
Right. So that's, in my opinion, that would be taking the stuff off or bypassing, as we know has been done in the past. Because, again, this stuff makes your truck to where it doesn't run well, it runs hot, it's expensive, you don't get as good fuel mileage. So, yeah, we should be able to bypass some of this stuff.
You remember, I believe he was right after you stood up next to the gentleman that spent 7 months in prison.
I know, yes, he was right after me.
Yeah.
So,
was going to tell
just trying to help the school board or something with their buses. Crazy.
Right. So, I mean, it makes you wonder how he feels now that they come out with all this after he spent 7 months in prison.
Oh, I know. And it's so frustrating because, the EPA acts like we're all terrible. And truckers want clean air. Everybody wants clean air, clean water, for sure. So, but we got to do things that work and make sense and, and don't have unintended consequences. I think you can argue the fact that when all this stuff started in 2011, I think we've probably created more problems in the unintended consequences because, the trucks burnt clean, but they didn't get as good fuel mileage, so that's more oil drilling, more oil refining. Of course, we have the DEF and the plastic jugs everywhere. Mm-hmm. We have all these trucks that don't work well, so we end up having to have more trucks on the road because these trucks were broke down, so there's more manufacturing, and it just goes on and on and on and on. So what did we really fix? Nothing. And we made a lot of trucking companies and a lot of small business truckers go broke. I owned a 2012, and it was a freaking nightmare. A nightmare of a truck.
Delilah's Law. I'm looking, I guess, was it Thursday? They're showing, according to CDL Live, John Cornyn, Ted Budd, Shelley Capito, several others introduced a Senate version, a revised version of Delilah.
Yeah, they're supposed to be revising the Delilah Law, so not every trucker has to go get reauthorized or whatever, for lack of better terms. Recertified, thank you.
There's a laundry list here, according to from Cornyn's office, that says a new death penalty aggravating factor when a covered alien using a CDL kills another person in a motor vehicle accident. Is that meaning that an illegal in this country could possibly be facing a death penalty?
I mean, I'm not an attorney, but that's what it sounds like. And
that's what it says.
And that might be, the sad thing about this is anybody who does something happens, they should be penalized. But what the big point I think everybody's missing in this is, what about everybody that allowed this guy to get behind the wheel in the first place? Love him or hate him, somebody comes over here to get a job or to work, they're just trying to work. It's just like that young man ran off that mountain out in Colorado a few years ago.
Right.
What? Nobody else, the carrier, the people who tested him, the people who trained him, the feds who allowed all this stuff to happen, nobody else pays for this, And I'm not saying a driver shouldn't be penalized, but he should if you kill somebody. But at the end of the day, when are we going to start penalizing the people that hire these drivers? When are we going to start penalizing the trucking school that got them their CDL, or the BMV that gave them a license when they couldn't do it and stuff? That's the sad thing. We've created a system that allows stuff like this to happen.
I know you've been here like I have for days now. I mean, when you get a chance to digest all these things written into the Senate version, it looks like all those things you just mentioned looks like they're addressed in it.
Great.
Requiring the E-Verify, create a new criminal offense for state officials who do not use or direct others to not use E-Verify or an equivalent program to confirm immigration status before you issue a CDL.
That's good. That's what we need.
All these things, again, that's kind of breaking stuff since we've been here over the weekend.
Yes, and honestly, I haven't had time to look at anything.
Obviously, yeah, because I think this came down, was introduced like Thursday afternoon.
Right.
We were already underway here.
Yes.
You guys are going to be busy behind the scenes getting updates on all this. What's the hottest topic you've had now that you've been here talking to drivers all weekend?
A lot of questions, English language stuff, lots of questions on how this works, lots of questions on if it's really working, as you and I have talked about, a lot of questions on, fuel surcharges, stuff like that, of course, because, fortunately, everybody here seems to be upbeat and in a good mood, but there's a lot of, everybody's concerned about this fuel, and a lot. There's misinformation out there too. Just for those listening, you have to have. There's no set standard for fuel surcharge. There's no federal law for fuel surcharge. That's all contractual based stuff. So if you're out here and you're a motor carrier, small business motor carrier, you have to write that in your contract. You get that in your contract. You set the baseline, everything per your business, because there's no federal standards or anything on that.
I spoke to a driver the last show before we headed out, like Wednesday morning, and several drivers right at the tail end of the show. One of them saying, "Steve, I'm going to have to park my truck." I never saw a $2 per gallon jump in fuel prices coming down. I'm under contract from these individuals to move I contacted them, and I'm asking them, can they, well, no, they're telling me they won't, and I can't run to lose money. So I guess you have to write things into your contract for the unforeseen possibilities.
Yeah, and it's funny you say this, because I was at a conference thing last week and talking to some guys. They sort of did the same thing. They renewed their contracts first of the year and they didn't put anything in there. And of course, we've had fuel jump $2.50 a gallon in 3 weeks, and they're all hurting, and they're like, what are we going to do? And it's a crazy world, and fuel is sold on the world market. So any little hiccup, as we know, in the world causes fuel and stuff. So that's something you should always have in your what your baseline is, and write a fuel surcharge, into your contract at all times.
I spoke to so many that say, well, the president talking about how we are pretty much we can generate almost enough to be energy independent. Why are we paying? It's because it's called the world. Brent crude is the international benchmark, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And what the crude price on the global market is essentially what our retail prices are going to be based on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's it. Even though oil is drilled and refined here domestically, it's sold on a world marketplace base, and that's how it is.
Right.
So that's what gets us every time.
So I think we're making any progress on the. We did talk about truck parking earlier. What's any process on the cargo theft and the cargo fraud?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I think there's going to be some more stuff coming out here in a few weeks from FMCSA on that stuff. So we'll have that coming. We also have for that, we have CVSA. I'm part of 3 different subcommittees at CVSA. They are looking at ways for the cargo theft, the chameleon carrier issue, the selling, all these things, to educate roadside enforcement to try to catch some of these folks at the roadside. So in fact, they're going to unveil something at CVSA here the end of next month, and if that gets approved, that'll give the enforcement that stuff. FMCSA is taking this really serious. I sat on a panel on Thursday, I guess, for talking about cargo freight and cargo fraud. It's a sad thing out there. I mean, it's just so important that you know who you're working for, know who you're hauling for, know who's the products belong to, who's paying you, and if it's too good to be true, it probably is.
Is my line of thinking correct? I mean, we've shared, if I said cargo theft increased in 2023 to 2024 like 16%, and then the next year cargo theft increased by 18%, 2024 to 2025. Is that exponentially going up? I mean, if it increased 16% in 23 and 18% again, that's on top of the previous year's increase, right?
Yeah, ever since, since the bottom dropped out after COVID, this has become ripe for the picking. And my understanding, what has happened a lot of times is, we had a lot of these foreign folks that came in, that we're trying to push out now. But a lot of them lost their jobs, but they realized the hole in the market. And a lot of these people that are stealing this freight or stealing your identity or trying to buy DOT numbers and all these things, these are foreign acting folks. They're in countries, and it makes it really tough to get them because they're in countries where we can't expedite them to the United States, extradite them, I should say, to the U.S.
So most of this freight theft now, it used to be, I guess it still happens where you hear stories out in Philadelphia, a truck driver parked overnight and somebody emptied out $20,000. Right. That was the theft of opportunity.
Right.
Most of it nowadays is the carrier ID number being falsified?
Yeah, carrier. They're stealing your broker numbers, or broker authorities. We've seen stuff where it looks like the load came from one of the major carriers or major brokers, but there'll be a little number or something off. And then, sometimes they do that, and the net load doesn't get stolen, but the guy who hauls the load, he never gets paid because, he takes this load thinking it's broker XYZ and delivers it, sends the paperwork where he thinks to broker XYZ. Well, it turns out they're just a fake shell company, and they turn the paper, they get, and then they disappear. Or we have these deals where the freight gets stolen, that they call them in midstream and ask them to move the freight somewhere else. So that becomes a big mess, because the driver goes and delivers the load because it's been reconsigned supposedly, and then they find out, then people sell it. And in today's world, from what I've learned from law enforcement, depending on what they sell in today's world, these guys can steal this shit and sell it through online marketplaces, and a trailer load of, depending on what it is, it can be gone in 48 hours or less. Mm-hmm. And they sell it online, and there's no paper trail, or if there is, they can't do anything about it anyway, because it's just like internet fraud or computer fraud and phishing scams and all these other things we're seeing in that front. These people are all operating in other places in the world. And that's crazy. They shouldn't even get their head in in here to work at all. Like, there's no way you should be a broker or a dispatch company or a trucking company or anything operating in a different country. And, that's up to FMCSA to fix that problem.
Okay. Artificial intelligence, autonomous trucks. We haven't talked much about that this weekend at all. I keep seeing the stories where there's more and more. They're running, I think, from Columbus to Indianapolis now, along I-70, is it, that runs between there?
Well, I just heard that, Ohio and Indiana got a bunch of money grant and stuff, and they're going to haul loads and stuff back and forth. They're already operating Texas.
Houston to Dallas, and they're running, now they're even doing overnight testing, running autonomous vehicles during the nighttime hour. Do we have any regulations on this stuff at the federal?
Oh, these guys, it's the Wild West for them. I mean, for lack of better terms. I mean, the regulations and everything are less for them than what they are for seasoned truckers out here. They don't have to report anything. It's voluntary reporting, not mandatory. So we have no idea how many near misses there's been or anything like that because they can't report on it. Or they don't have to report on it, I should say.
It's self-reporting, right?
Self-reported, like self-certification.
Exactly.
It's the same crap.
So, I mean, who's going to turn themselves in? If mom doesn't know you got in trouble at school, I'm not going to go home and tell her.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it's state by state ran as well. So this state has this rules, this state has this rules. It's all over the place.
Okay.
It's just absolutely insane. And, the thing that concerns us, we've got all this fraud and all these other things. We know they can hack into ELDs and all this stuff. What's going to keep a foreign country of terrorists not to hack into an autonomous truck and turn it into a weapon of mass destruction?
That, or deliver it to my warehouse and then send it back up.
Yeah, I mean, all kinds of crazy stuff can happen here. This is insanity at its top. And, I guess, Steve, the best thing I can say about it, I've asked and asked and asked for these autonomous truck manufacturers or software manufacturers, whatever, to take me a ride. Show me how this works. Let me see. I mean, I'm not anti-technology. I'm not anti-future. But I believe somebody who drove 25 years and 2.5 million miles, there's a lot that goes to trucking. I've had some conversations with some engineers from the folks in Pittsburgh, and I mean, their attitude when I started asking pointed questions on how things work when you drive was, it's okay, truck driver, you don't understand technology, we do. Okay, well, I don't think they understand trucking and how trucks and stuff operate. So, end of the story, I've asked and asked and asked to get a ride, show me how it works. Nobody seems to be willing to take me up on it. So you'd think if your technology was that good, you'd want to show the largest organization who backs trucking, you like to show them how good it works, so maybe they quit dogging on you. But hey, when you won't even show me, what are you trying to hide?
So do you think we should be concerned yet about, autonomous trucks taking our jobs? A couple of years ago, some were saying that's around the corner. Some are saying, it's going to be 10 years. I don't know. Is it making progress?
I mean, my personal opinion, I don't think we have to worry about them taking our jobs for a long time. I don't think these trucks can do everything that truck drivers. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't certain lanes and certain things they can't do.
Right.
How are they going to pull a flatbed in an autonomous truck like I did? Because what are they going to do when a strap gets loose or a chain loosens up? Is R2-D2 going to jump out and run back there and tighten that stuff up and get back in the truck? So, or like when I hauled frac sand and you got bulldozer pulling you up the side of a mountain in West Virginia and letting you back down. So, I think we're a long way. I mean, unfortunately, what I think is going to happen, it's kind of going to be like this non-domicile CDL and this English language proficiency. Something bad's going to happen. And then everybody's going to be like, oh, heck, what did we do?
We didn't see that coming.
No, and then there's going to be a whole bunch of, regulation and reset and pause. So, you hate for that. I hate to say that's what's probably going to happen, but that's what I think will happen.
I don't a bit doubt it. So, I mean, overall take on the great freight recession. Have we hit bottom? Are rates going to continue? You think we're going to be moving forward here?
Well, 3-4 weeks ago, before fuel went crazy, I'd have said, yeah, I think we're by second quarter. I don't necessarily know that rates and stuff are going to take off and go crazy. Probably we'll get there. I think this fuel thing is going to slow it down, because if fuel and oil cost so much, fuel and oil.
Right now, it's kind of eating. If you've got a better rate right now, fuel's kind of sucking that up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that we got to remember, oil's in everything. So, yeah, it hurts us truckers big time, but it hurts everybody across the country, because people got to buy gas, people buy computers, oils and everything. So all this stuff's going to have to go up, which means consumers are going to be buying less and less. And with consumers continue to buy less, that's less freight to haul. You know, we need consumer demand. I mean, the biggest thing that's going to drive trucking to come back, in my personal opinion, is we've got to get this capacity down, where the capacity crunch flips the other way, where there's more freight than there are trucks. And even then, the rates aren't going to go crazy. I don't think we're going to see some big turnaround in the global economy or the U.S. economy with a whole bunch of pressure like we saw during COVID, where people were out buying stuff, because I think houses, we still got a lot of inflationary stuff out there.
One final question. Do you think with all these rules, regulations, if indeed they do pass Delilah's Law, codify that, and we begin taking the non-domiciled and the illegals up, will we see some relief maybe on insurance? Because insurance is, like, I guess, number 2 that's been sucking drivers dry.
I think the biggest relief that's going to come on insurance will be once all this inflation, because, you know, trucks cost almost twice as much. Parts, repairs, everything's so much higher. I mean, heck, the shop I used to work with, their hourly rates doubled in the last 5 years. And so there's that big thing. And then, of course, the sad reality is we have all these damn trial attorneys out here that are doing everything in their power to sue trucking, because the medical industry got enough tort reform that they don't go after doctors, but they're sure coming after truckers.
And I think are they not trying to do something to cap these nuclear verdicts? Are they trying to...
Let's talk about it, but then on the other hand, you've got folks wanting to increase insurance minimums as high as $5 million with no proof, and all that is just a payday to a lawyer.
All right, Louie, I appreciate you making your way by one last time here. I don't think I'll be chatting with you anymore, because we're going to wrap things up here in about an hour from now.
Well,
and for Steve Sommers, it's going to be Miller time.
I hear you, buddy. I'm with you on the Miller time, and thank you, Steve. It's always a pleasure. Thanks to the truckers out there. And for those of you listening, if you're not a member, you need to renew your members. Go to OIDA.com, use the code FIGHT25, and you'll save $20 on your membership. That's FIGHT25.
Fight 25, $25 a year for listening to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yep, exactly.
All right, thank you much, Louie. We're coming up on news break here. Final hour as far as our live broadcast here from Louisville. Coming up next, following the news, is Michael Dalton. He's one of our Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers, I do believe. He's a diesel racer that actually goes up head-to-head against some of the gas drag racers out there and actually competes. And last guest of the afternoon will be one Courtney George with Wreaths Across America. All coming your way after this, live on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Tiger Woods has been released from police custody after being charged with DUI in connection to a car crash in Florida. Jim Forbes has more.
The Martin County Sheriff said Woods' Land Rover clipped the back of a truck's trailer while driving at suspected high speeds in Jupiter Island, Florida, where Woods lives. The Land Rover ended up on its side. The sheriff said officers suspect he was impaired by something that could include medication or drugs. Wood was also charged with destruction of property and for refusing to submit to a urine test. In 2021, Woods was seriously injured in a rollover crash in Southern California. I'm Jim Forbes.
The Department of Homeland Security is confirming collaboration with the Department of Justice in an effort to obtain voter roll information. Jim Roop has the story.
The DOJ has broadly asserted it needs to see voter rolls to ensure that they are accurate and has pressured states to turn over the information. However, more than 20 Democrat-run states have sued to fight the release of the data, arguing it violates privacy rights. The exact nature of the data being shared remains unclear, but according to reports from CBS News, the information was slated to be shared with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I'm Jim Roop.
Houthi rebels in Yemen have entered the Iran war by launching missile strikes at Israel. A military spokesperson for the Houthis announced the attack this morning on their satellite TV station and said the rebels fired a barrage of ballistic missiles targeting what he called, quote, sensitive military sites in southern Israel. The spokesperson said the strikes will continue until all of their objectives are achieved and until, quote, aggression against all fronts of the resistance ceases. The Israeli military says it intercepted one Houthi missile. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Trump's signature will appear on U.S. paper currency for the first time ever for a sitting president alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
President Trump will have his signature appear on future U.S. paper currency alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in order to mark the nation's 250th anniversary. Treasury officials say the move reflects confidence in economic growth, dollar dominance, and fiscal stability. This historic first will put a sitting president's signature on U.S. bills for the very first time. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
You've undoubtedly heard the proverb, variety is the spice of life, but apparently not when it comes to losing weight.
Researchers say eating the same meals over and over boosts weight loss. Psychologist Charlotte Hageman of the Oregon Research Institute led the study and says reasons include steady caloric intake as well as dietary consistency. The study, based on daily food logs kept by obese or overweight adults in 12-week weight loss programs across Oregon and Pennsylvania, is published in the journal Health Psychology. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
12 U.S. service members have reportedly been injured in an Iranian missile strike at an air base in Saudi Arabia. The New York Times said the missiles hit the Prince Sultan Air Base south of the capital Riyadh on Friday and that 2 of the service members are seriously injured. The attack also damaged multiple U.S. refueling aircrafts. It's a second missile strike at an airbase. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and
Get into gear. Get that final hour underway, live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. One more time around. You know, hard to believe after all the months and months of preparation. 3 days kind of comes and goes mighty quick. And here we are, round in third, headed toward home. Kicking off that final hour. Next guest. I think we've spoke a time or two before. Michael Dalton, welcome aboard.
How are you doing today, sir?
Well, I'm doing better with each passing minute.
It's getting closer to the end of the show.
Bingo!
So I'm sure you are excited. This place has been a madhouse for the past 3 days, or the past 3 days that I've been here.
You've been here all weekend?
Yes, sir. And, you know, just walking around this morning, I was told that they've opened it to the public now. The crowd outside around the show trucks is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
It's elbows. I mean, you can't even hardly turn around out there. The weather's beautiful today. It's a little cooler, but
right. But the sun is out. The winds have calmed. You cannot go. It felt cooler yesterday, even though the temperature was warm. But the winds were howling.
Absolutely. Last night it was crazy how cold it was. But yeah, right now it's a beautiful day, and the show is absolutely packed. Some beautiful trucks out here right now.
So you've been here all 3 days. Are you set up in a booth down here? Or are you here with
No, I came up to visit with some of my friends. They've got trucks they've just built. Bill Rethwich from Rethwich Trucking, guys from Semi Casual. They've built some trucks also. They've got up here with PDI. My guys that are part of my race program are set up here. Fast Fuel Systems, obviously Hot Shots here.
Right.
All these guys play an intricate part in my program. More or less, I'm just kind of out visiting everybody and enjoying the sights.
I'm familiar with Fast. Are you the guy that has the big orange Fast truck? F-A-S-S?
That's right. That's exactly right. It's an orange rim diesel. It's got a Cummins in it. Got Fast down the sides of it. We do drag racing, straight line. I think you're in the circle track, right?
I'm more of a fan of the dirt track. The late model, super late models, you know.
You like it when they're turning left. I don't like to turn left. If I'm turning left, we got a problem. Yeah. So I like going straight.
So, how many years you been racing? What got you into racing?
So, if we circle back and look at the whole equation, I started the shop that I own started in 2003, and it was actually, we were doing a lot of four-wheel drive stuff. Over the years, it opened some doors to start building diesels to haul the four-wheel drives around. And then by about 07, 08, had an opportunity to go take one to a drag strip, run it down the track and see how it run, and it surprised all of us. Because I think everybody just thinks the diesels, especially back then 20 years ago, as just something real loud, real smoky, dirty, couldn't make any horsepower, and we did, and we went kind of quick, and we're like, okay. So then that led to one thing to another, and then by 2011 we started racing and really pushing the envelope.
How have we been able to get diesel to become, because of my understanding is you're kind of like, you were up there competing with like the gas guys.
Yes, sir. So we were competing in 2012 to actually about 2023. We were competing with diesels, and then the newest truck we built, we said, hey, we want to go compete with gas vehicles, because let's face it, at the end of the day, the gas drag racing vehicles, they've been around since the second car was ever built, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's when somebody decided to race. So those guys are at the top of the top. They've got everything, I'll say, somewhat figured out. They're always breaking new records, but we wanted to join that crowd and see how we could compete with them. And I got to admit, the guys that I've been racing with, we do radial racing specifically. We're small tire racing. So we race in Georgia a lot, Florida, North Carolina.
Well, explain that to me. What's radial racing mean?
So if you think about this on a normal race car, say a Top Fuel, a Funny Car, a Pro Mod, they're going to have a bias ply tire or a big tire, about a 36-inch diameter tire.
And that's where you got the bigger tires in the back and smaller in the front?
You got it.
Okay.
You got it. And that tire is going to be, it's a bias ply. So like for all the guys driving rigs, back in the day, you used to have bias ply tires, and you went to radials because they rode better, they wore better, they balanced better, et cetera, et cetera. In our world, the drag racing world, bias ply tires are the go-to, especially for top fuel cars. Cars are making 10,000 plus horsepower.
And that's the tires that you see that blow up like a donut when they hit. I mean, it's amazing.
That's exactly it.
And they're running like astronomically low pressures in those, aren't they?
5-6 pounds of pressure.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
it's just and going 330 miles.
And how they bend. I mean, they put them in super slow mo, and that's like the rubber's bending.
Yeah, they're
around the rim,
literally turning into looks like a square.
Yeah.
If you see them going down track, well, if you get in over to radial racing, that tire specifically, we're running about a 30-inch tall tire. It's a metric size, 315. But with it being radial, we've got a stiffer sidewall. We've got a completely different compound.
Well, your tire's not going to expand out like that.
You got it. It doesn't square up. It doesn't wrinkle up. It doesn't do anything like the big tires do. So it changes the driving characteristics a lot.
Okay.
A lot. If any of you guys listening are drag racers, you can appreciate it. If you got a big tire, you can pedal a big tire to get the car to go down the track. A radial, as soon as it spins the least bit, you got to get out of it or you're pointed the opposite direction. It's a very fine line of working and not working.
So what do you have to feather the pedal to gradually accelerate?
So off the start line, you're full throttle, hammer down. But if it were to break loose going down track, you got to get out. Whereas a big tire car, you can actually pedal it. You come off the throttle and get back in it and stick the tire again and go on. This right here, you can't do that because it will wreck you.
So you're doing radial tire racing, so totally different ball game, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Radials don't compete against the bias plies.
So occasionally you'll see a race like that. There's always this big argument right now that radials are faster than bias ply tires are. And if the guys listening keep up with it, you know what I'm talking about in the Pro Mod world. You take a Pro Mod with a big tire and then a RVW car with a radial tire, and the guys that are in that class, they are constantly arguing with each other. No, I'm faster. And it's really good entertainment. But unfortunately, the track prep causes you to have to choose one or the other. It's hard to prep the track to accommodate both types of tires. A radial tire, it's going to need all the prep in the world. It's like flypaper. You put your foot on it, your shoe will literally rip off if you don't have it tied tight. Go to a big tire track, and it's like we're walking out here on the concrete. It's got just a little tack to it.
Okay.
Nothing major at all.
So Kyle's told me about what they call it, no prep racing.
No prep. So
that's where you don't have the sticky.
You don't have the sticky. You don't have anything. and that's a whole different class. I appreciate what those guys are doing in the no prep world. It's a different ball game than what I've ever raced in. I've always raced in some sort of track prep world. I think the no prep world, those guys, it surprises me, it amazes me how they get down the track at certain tracks. So I do give them respect there, but they wreck those cars a lot.
Right.
And I don't have the budget to go out and wreck it all the time.
Right. So what category are you racing in?
So we race Pro Truck No Time is the class. So we're specifically racing a truck class.
Okay.
And like the last race we were in South Georgia racing at No Mercy. And our class, we had 26 or 27 entries in it. So a really great size class for all trucks. And I think there were, of that 26, 27, we had 4 diesels in it. So it was a pretty good time.
So you're racing a diesel against the gas guys now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we make, from a horsepower standpoint, if you ever get to watch a truck go down the track, any of the listeners, if you ever see it on any of the live feeds or anything, you'll notice you can't hardly even tell it's a diesel. We've got it so cleaned up with the nitrous we're using and also the tuning. It does not smoke a lot. We're taking every bit of that fuel and burning it as opposed to just blowing it out the pipe.
So are you one of the guys that when you get out there and you do a trial run and you've got all these computers in there that are looking and diagnostic, looking at everything that happened and trying to fine tune it for the next run?
You got it. We've got sensors for sensors, and we data log everything. I mean, from wheel speed, drive shaft speed, to shock travel, how much the shocks move up and down. We've got ride height sensors. We've got anything on the engine you can possibly think of. And, those things are actually, on the engine side of it, those sensors are really good for a guy that is driving a Class 8 truck, a heavy-duty truck, right? Because we're monitoring pyrometer, exhaust gas temp, or exhaust temp, EGTs. We're monitoring boost. We're monitoring pre and post temperatures. So, I think in the heavy-duty world, they call them charge coolers. We call them intercoolers in our world. So we're looking at what the temp is coming out of the turbo, what the temp is going into the intercooler, and then coming out of the intercooler, actually going into the block.
So after one run, you can look at the computer diagnostics and make changes?
Absolutely.
On a number of different things?
Absolutely. So we can take that data each round, and what you're looking for is, we race at different tracks all over the country, right? So every track has its own nuance. It has a bump in the track. It has maybe something in each lane that makes it a little different. So as you're trying to get the fastest possible pass out of it, you've got to constantly be looking at this data saying, okay, hey, we need to add power here or we need to subtract power here to get it to go. You've got to go A to B before you can ever win a round. It's not that you just hop in there and every round's pretty and rainbows and sunshine. No, you gotta work at it. So that's what we focus in on.
Are you the kind of thing where you'd use I think in like NASCAR and stuff, certain tracks they'll use different size gears,
So fortunately for us, where we're racing 8th mile, we know our combo, and we change gears in the beginning once we're working on the vehicle, and then once we get it figured out, we say, okay, hey, that's the gear we're going to stick with through and through. And that offers the best, what you call start line ratio, meaning that it gets off the line properly and also going down track. So once we get those pieces of the puzzle figured out, we just stick with what we have.
Gotcha.
And then we add power or subtract power. So you may get on a track. Let's say it's just like we were talking about the weather here. Yesterday we were 55 degrees here, cloudy and overcast. Today we're 58 degrees, but we're sunny. So our track temp is drastically different from yesterday to today because of the overcast and the cool air. So yesterday's data isn't going to apply to today's track. So
every day of racing is a whole new possible setup.
You got it. And say a rainstorm comes through, the rain will mess up the track, then they have to re-prep it. So if you had a perfect track, quote unquote, yesterday,
the day before,
you got it. And then now you go out there and you say, hey, I got this really hot tune-up, and we're just going to let it rip. And we're gonna go for it.
These guys were lights out yesterday. They got their setup perfect.
You got it. And then today comes
tomorrow,
around,
it's like, what the hell happened? It fell apart.
You hit it on the head. And I think that's where it becomes really critical in drag racing. And I think a lot of guys look at drag racing and say, oh, it's just straight line racing. How much horsepower can you make? In our little world, we've got a Cummins-based engine for reference. It is 6.8 liters. We make 32 to 3,400 horsepower with it. Okay? So you take 3,000 plus horsepower and try to get it to go down a track that's on a tire that's roughly 12 and a half inches wide. And the guys that have got the heavy duty trucks, the rigs that are making 1,500 horsepower, 2,000 horsepower, and you see how they're trying to get down the track or get down the road even, and they've got 2 axles back there with 8 tires. We've got 2 little tires, and we're making it work, and we're going really fast with it.
So what's a good time in your type of racing?
So like I said,
in an eighth mile?
We run in no time, but for reference, for us it's going to be bottom 4s, upper 3s. That's going to be.
So that's right. You're in the category where who was it? LaVon Miller, or one of the Miller guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the first guys with the Hot Shot Secret truck a few years ago.
Went 399.
Yeah,
that's exactly
and
right.
then what's Maddie something? But she was in a dragster, right?
In a dragster.
And that's a different setup.
Completely different. They're a lot lighter, more aerodynamic. At the end of the day, unfortunately, we're pushing a brick down the track. I think it's arguable that a cow has more aero on it than we do.
So are you making times kind of like where that Hot Shot Secret truck did a few years ago? You're right in there? You're under the 4s when you're on cue.
We're running no time, so we're doing exceptionally well this year. We're putting some numbers down that we're really happy with. I don't like talking about saying the number because it's the spirit of the class.
Okay.
So I can say that we're doing better than we've ever done before, and we're happy about that. And I can say that once we hit an X number, we'll go ahead and turn the boards on and let everybody see it. But yeah.
I was talking, I forget his name earlier. He's one of the, was it Shane? One of the outlaw diesel guys.
Okay.
The guy that likes to blow stuff up, as Kyle's put it, he's constantly blowing things up. And
Austin Denny.
That's it.
He blows up a Ford engine quite often.
And he's the 6
Ford.
Okay. So in his categories, he's racing in several different divisions. He said he'll race in this series this week and another series the next. Do you race in a number of different series, or is it just like one category?
We used to, but now we're so focused on racing in this gas world. That's where we put all of our energy. We've done everything to meet the rules for the racing we're doing right now. And in the diesel world, the rules, there's a couple options there to move classes around, and we don't do that. We're sticking with a specific class, and like I say, the truck counts are phenomenal. That was the one thing in the diesel classes. Unfortunately, we were going to races with that, and there'd be 3 to 5 trucks show up, and it's fun, but Sometimes you want to play in the pond or you want to play in the ocean.
Well, you want to play. You want competition. You want the field to be whittled down. Yeah, you want to have
In racing with the gas guys in this Pro Truck No Time has been so much fun because it's guys from all over the U.S. They are the fastest trucks in the world. Period. Not even up for debate. Like, these gas guys are the fastest. Period. And we're getting to race with those guys, and I'm a wholehearted believer that if you're going to get better, you got to race with the best. And these guys are the best.
How often is there? Every weekend, every other weekend? Is there something going on pretty constantly? Or
so at this current moment, like, we're off till May. We won't race again till the 1st of May, and we'll race in Kentucky. And then we'll take a break. I want to say the following month we're off, and then at the peak of the summer we'll slow down because the track is so critical to being able to race on it. The heat is our enemy. Big tires, you can get away with that.
But this would be a good day for you to race.
Today's a beautiful day.
With the cooler temperatures.
You're going to make all the horsepower you want to make. The sun's out, so the track's going to work really well.
Okay.
So yeah, this is absolutely perfect.
How'd you come in contact with Hot Shot Secret? Where'd your relationship get underway?
You know, back in, I want to say it was 2017, 18, somewhere thereabouts. We were racing a lot, and Kyle started showing up to the events and working with his product. And honestly, we would just sit there and kind of talk at the events. No expectations from each other, right? Outside of just conversation like you and I are talking. And ultimately, after a few races of just listening to Kyle teach me about the products, help me learn them, I said, Mike, I really wish you'd give it a shot and try it out in the truck. I said, you know what? Let's do it. And we did. And as soon, it would have been 2019, we put a new race engine in the truck. And Kyle was, with our program, we were testing our oil after every race. And what we were looking for was any bearing failure or injector failure that we weren't able to pick up, but in the oil samples we could see it. Well, sure enough, we sent in an oil sample. Kyle calls me up and says, you got a problem. He says, what do you mean I got a problem? I said, well, we can see a bearing going down. And I said, there's no way this engine's this is, no. He said, yeah, here's the data.
Based on the chemical composition of what they found in the oil.
Absolutely. So they pulled the engine out. Sure enough, rear main bearing, it was failing.
Wow.
Saved us an engine.
Right.
So what's that translate to? It's a $50,000 engine. So suddenly, now I'm like really intrigued with lubrication and this race program. So I started working with that. We start looking at different oils, and Kyle says, hey, let's get you set up on this program. We still keep doing our data logging. We still keep doing our oil samples. And over the past 7 years, the more I've learned about the product, the more testing we've done, the fact that we haven't had engine failures, bearing failures, it just created a situation where I have become such a huge fan of Hot Shots. I use it in everything I own, literally. If it has an engine, it has Hot Shots in it, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like the sales pitch guy, because that's not me. And anybody that knows me knows it's not. But it's one of those things, once I realized it, saw it, looked at the data myself, it didn't need to be a sales pitch. It was like, okay, these are facts.
Well, I'm assuming a guy like you that's doing all the technical data, you could look at any product on the market.
Absolutely.
You could try anything. You're going to use what you think's going to do the best for you.
You are absolutely correct. And Kyle, I can't say it enough. He is so passionate about what he does. He actually cares.
Yeah.
And when we discussed, during those years, we did have other lubrication companies talk to us about becoming a part of their program and this and that. And they didn't really care. All they wanted us to do is put something on the truck and say, hey, this is what we use.
Because you're going to help sell the. We got to pause there because we hit our news break, but we'll be right back.
Yes,
Steve
sir.
Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Some California residents are reporting swarms of so-called eye-biting flies. Sharon Reardon reports.
The biting black flies have been spotted in the San Gabriel Valley, including in Azusa, Glendora, Monrovia, and Altadena. Officials say insect repellent containing DEET will help keep the pests away. And on a positive note, the biting black flies do not transmit disease. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Savannah Guthrie gave her first detailed interview since her 84-year-old mother, Nancy Guthrie, vanished from her Arizona home. The White House is reportedly allowing Middle East officials to act as mediators in an effort to end the war in Iran. President Trump had given Iran until next Friday to open the Strait of Hormuz or face an attack on its energy infrastructure. On Thursday, Trump said he was extending the deadline by 10 days until April 6th because talks are going very well. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here as we kind of head down the home stretch. Michael Dalton learning a bit more about straight line racing. I asked the question earlier of what was his name, Austin. I asked him, I said, all right, when you guys come face to face from one week to the next, is there any particular racer that you really want to beat?
Anybody I line up next to.
And that's kind of the way, how did Kyle put it? He said, these guys, when they're sitting waiting for the green light, they don't care who you are, you want to beat them.
Absolutely. It's the spirit of racing.
At the end of the day, when you're all sitting around chatting, are you guys all friends, fellows, gas driver, diesel, doesn't matter, you all get along?
For the majority, yes, I'll say that. I will say that if I knew that I've got to race you, Steve, and we're coming up, and you've got something broke, and I have it in my trailer, and it's going to help fix you, I'm going to give it to you. Because I want to race you fair and square, but I also want to beat you fair and square.
Right.
I don't want any excuses. I don't want, well, my truck wasn't running right today, and you got me. No. I want to beat you fair and square. Minute we pull up to take the light, visor goes down, we're not buddies anymore. You're my number one enemy.
There you go.
And I'm going to do whatever I got to do to win that race. And then once we're on the return road, we're back to being good. Now, unfortunately, I will say this, there's bad apples in every sport. And there's some guys that I could care less about, but it just is what it is. So, no, we really enjoy it.
So when you're sitting at, they call it the Christmas tree, is that the
Yes,
lights?
sir.
Wait, how do you time that? I've never understood. I mean, because you've got like a red, and then they hit a yellow. So what is the key to know when to hit it?
So it depends on what tree you're racing on, because they've got a sportsman's tree, which is going to drop differently, and then you've got a pro tree, which is what we race on, and the only thing I can ever say is you got to go on yellow. As soon as you see yellow flash, let off the button if you're going to cut a good light. There's a lot of guys that sleep on the light. If you wait till you see green, you're asleep. So as soon as you see yellow
they've
flash.
got like sometimes, is it 2 or 3? Because you'll have your red, but then it'll hit and it drops down. It's like everything is timing this day.
Absolutely. So if you were into bracket racing, you'd dial in a time, I'd dial in a time. And then our trees would leave at different times. And the end goal would be is at the end of the track, we would cross the line very close to each other. Then you go to a sportsman's tree, which both of them are going to drop at the same time, and it's going to go, you're going to be all four, everybody's in, and then when the lights drop, you're going to go 1 yellow, 2 yellow, 3 yellow, green. Go to a pro tree, all four are on, all four red, you're in. Yellow is going to flash, and it's going to be green. All at once. Like
so as soon as that yellow's, you better hit it.
When I see yellow, I'm letting go of the button. I'm not playing around.
Okay.
Because if you do, I say this a lot, and I think a lot of professional racers out there will agree, a race is won and lost on the start line. Everybody thinks it's raw horsepower out the back door, and in some cases that does work, but for the bulk majority, they're won and lost on the start line. And once you can get that concept wrapped around your head, you'll start paying attention to that tree and stop playing around making a sandwich.
And you're racing for straight fastest time at the end of the line.
You got it. We're heads up racing. So no dial.
None of that bracket stuff.
None of the bracket stuff. Bracket, I admire the guys at bracket race that I don't have the patience to bracket race. I'll say that. I like the heads up racing. Show up with what you got and hope you brought enough kind of deal. But heads up racing, I will say, is definitely difficult because sometimes you can find yourself competing with wallets, not with ability.
Gotcha.
So that's a tough part of it. With all that being said, I would like to thank the guys that are part of this program. They're not just my sponsors, but they're my partners in the race program. And for everybody that's out there listening, if you are working on your own personal diesel, I really would suggest take time, look into hot shots. Even your trucks you're driving over the road every day, Look at Hot Shots and see what type of lubrication, oil, trans fluid, rear gear fluid, any of that stuff that would benefit your vehicle, right? Fast fuel systems, they've been on board with us for 8 years. If you have a Class 8 truck, a diesel, you have a pickup diesel, I don't care what size, light duty, medium duty, heavy duty, take a look at what they have to offer as far as fuel filtration goes. It's something that's hugely critical. That the oils, the additives, they work great, but ultimately the beginning of the whole problem is at the fuel pump. What we put into it, if we don't cleanse that, get the air out of it, get the debris out of it, we can't ever even make it to the injection pump to go into the injector, to go into the engine, right?
Right.
So, huge fan of Hot Shots, fast, Wagler competition products. That's who builds a race engine in the truck. Can't say enough good about them. Guys, if you got a Cummins, if you've got a Duramax, you're looking to hop it up, make some real horsepower, reach out to Wagler, Jeremy Wagler specifically. You can call over there and say Mike Dalton said that you got to talk to Jeremy. He'll love to hear that. Make his day.
Kyle Fisher endorses that too.
Hey, we got Kyle sitting here with us now.
Kyle, have you met Sweet Pea?
Sweet Tea.
Oh, Sweet Tea.
Yeah, Sweet Tea.
I thought you said Sweet Pea. I'm sorry.
I like Sweet Pea. I think that's a better one
Sweet
for
Tea's probably more befitting these days.
I agree.
You know, Sweet Tea, that name, I've had that name for a long time with the guys that I've raced with for a lot of years, and they gave that nickname to me because I like to drink sweet tea in the morning, the middle of the day, night, it don't matter when. But, you know, just finishing up with the guys that are part of the program, because I really can't give enough credit to all the guys that help. RLC Motorsports, that's my shop, but my guys there, they bust their butt to help make sure that truck's ready to go for every race. Ryan Milliken from Hardway Performance, that's who actually does all the tuning on my truck. If you guys have a Cummins truck, reach out to Hardway Performance. He has a resolution to your problem, okay? S&S Motorsports, they do our injectors, our fuel pumps, great guys. Reach out to them if you're needing an injector upgrade or a fuel pump upgrade, and that would be your injection pump, not your lift pump. That's my bulk guys. That's my guys that are in my corner at all times, and I wholeheartedly believe in them because they believe in us, they believe in their product, and they actually put their money where their mouth is. They do the R&D work. They're not just shoving stuff out there on the shelves to say, hey, buy me, right? I can't stress that enough. Hey, Kyle, thank you. I was talking
He's
about
had nothing but positive things to say about you.
Well, he's being nice though. I got bad things to say about him.
That's great. Everybody's got something bad to say. But, you know, the facts of it are, Kyle, I can't thank you enough for, I was telling Steve, I think you and I have been working together for almost 8 years now. And the one thing that I admired most about you is you didn't push anything on me. You talked to me in the beginning. We bounced ideas back and forth. You said, this is what my product is. This is what it can do. Give it a shot. I was telling Steve, you saved the engine in the truck through our oil analysis on something that I would have never have caught. And at the end of the day, it's a $50,000 engine. That's what started that, made me like a believer through and through. And now it's in everything that I own that has an engine. And I will say you single-handedly have really reshaped Hot Shots. And I'll argue that with anybody.
Well,
you're passionate.
We all are here, and it's a two-way street too. This guy we've been with for a long time, like you said, and you got to remember, 8 years ago, Hot Shots wasn't what it is today.
Oh, by a long shot. Yeah,
right. So a guy of Michael's caliber to give us a chance when we were a nobody in the industry, and and especially on the high-end racing side of it, a lot of people still don't even know all the high-end racing products we offer. They know us from our Diesel Extreme and our EDT and what these truckers are buying here. So to come in from the outside to be this diesel additive, and getting involved in the motorsports, but then having a guy of Michael's caliber in the way of the program he's got, to open it up to say, we'll give these racing products a shot in these high expensive equipment they have,
right,
that means everything to us. And then it just, the relationship's just grown from there. And now we're proud of him. All he's doing to get the good word of the diesel performance out there, beating up all these gas guys is just the fun part now.
I was explaining to him how that you came into Hot Shot Secret under Chris Gabrelchik.
Yep.
And Chris wasn't really enthusiastic about getting into the racing thing. I don't know, did you convince him or just tell him to give you a chance? Or, how did you get him to? And then now today he'll tell you, man, the racing was, that was the way to go.
Sure. Convince is a nice word. Beg, plead. It was an uphill battle, to get started. And but I will say to our credit as a company, from the beginning, our first move in, everybody remembers the story about how we got dragged into it. At first was just through some testing when we were putting some support out for FR3. We were getting some dyno testing,
and you threw some samples over to one of
we went over to Fire Pump.
We
went to Fire Pump, and we didn't even know who they were. That tells you how disconnected we were from the performance scene of diesel. One of the top diesel performance guys were an hour away from us, and we didn't even know their name. And we just got recommended they have a dyno, and obviously we went there and did some testing with them, and they were like, "Wow, you got something. You need to come into the performance side." And we didn't have racing products at the time, so what was cool about the way our company made that leap, we came out of the gate as, title sponsor of NHRDA. We jumped right into Outlaw Diesel Super Series, and then, the rest proved itself. So these partnerships, and that's how I look at everything. We've talked before about how great the motorsports are for branding and marketing, get your name out there and whatnot. But actually what the value to us is the R&D side of it. We get to really test stuff at the highest level. We get to see our customer out there, but most importantly, it's these relationships. And you fast forward, 8-10 years now, and we've forged really good partnerships with guys like RLC Motorsports and these race teams, and it just continues to evolve. And
do you have any idea how many racers under the umbrella you have now? And then, of course, you got the NTPA thing going.
Yeah, and pro polling, and we're heavily sponsored in drag racing and sled pulling, but we've got reach into everything. I just don't have enough time in the day. Maybe if you can go on the road with me a little more and cover some events for me, but we've got drifting and off-road and kart racing, round circle track, your stuff, the dirt stuff. We got it out there. I just need a little more time, bandwidth, and a couple more teams to get the Hot Shots machine out to that field and do what we've done in drag racing, sled pulling, and these other disciplines. And that's what we're going to do. We're building one event team at a time.
So when you go from one different category to the next, do you try to start with each of them the same, say, I want you to try this and see if it improves your performance or makes you get more horsepower or whatever, and if you like it,
we've found a formula that works, and basically what Michael said when we first introduced, it's kind of like when Austin Denny was on earlier as well. Like I never want to be the company to force a product on somebody or to buy my way in. We don't do cash sponsorships. Like, it doesn't work that way. So we tend to get involved. I always say there's two things we do with our sponsorship budget. We have a cash sponsorship budget that goes towards series. So we support Outlaw Diesel, we support NHRDA, UCC, NTPA, Pro Polling, all this stuff. We want to use our cash, Duck X, radio racing, all this stuff, to provide a place for these guys to race and to compete. Then we use our product to support the racers, and we do product sponsorships to help these guys at the cost of their programs and to get them good product in their hands. So by doing that gets us in front of these potential partnerships. So as we get into new stuff like circle track and stuff, once I get out there, I'm going to keep my ear to the street. I'm going to see who's having problems, and when I see they have problems, I'm going to go introduce myself and offer them to help try to find a solution for their problem. It may not be my product at the end of the day, but sometimes it does create that way, and that starts a relationship and then gets us in the door.
In the racing world, do other racers try to follow the leader? This Dalton guy, he's using this product, and man, what's he got that we don't have? Look, maybe we should try that hot shot stuff. Is there any of that goes on?
In my humble opinion, yes, there is, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Though, is I like to back it up with facts. And when I can sit down and talk to another racer, and they're like, "Well, why do you like hot shots?" Well, you could make the blanket statement of oil is oil, right? It lubes it. But when I can say, well, actually, this, and this, and the fact that I can reach out to Kyle or anybody on his team in any given moment and say, guys, man, I need to tighten my torque converter up. This sounds crazy, but we can adjust, I guess you'd say the viscosity, would that be the proper word?
Yep.
We'd adjust the viscosity and we can tighten the converter up, or we can loosen it up. How many companies can you do that with? How many companies actually care to sit down and talk with you about that? For us, that's huge from a drag racing standpoint. And so, yeah, absolutely. The other guys that I race with, when we sit there and have those conversations and I can bring those facts to the tables, then it makes them start going, well, we really need to take a look at hot shots and go ahead and give it a shot.
And two-way, like these guys that are really pushing the envelope of, what these machines can do, they're living right on the edge of it. So that's where we want to have the products tested. They go over the edge sometimes and break stuff. That's part of being a pioneer in an industry, in a space. But it helps us even in, I'll give you another example. Bill Lutz, one of our sponsored racers on the gas side. A
great guy.
Big blown Hemi, and just knocked out some new records and stuff. He was having a push rod problem for 15 years in his blown Hemi. And he's got a twin screw on there.
That's right.
But and I found Bill through a friend, and he told me about his problem, and we tried our oil. He's never had a push rod problem that he put up with for 15 years since the day he started to run on our oil. And Bill is a trusted, humble guy, but he sits back at these races, and every once in a while, racers talk, starts going around. He'll hear a guy down there is having a push rod problem. He goes, So he'll go down there and just kind of drop a couple bottles of oil off, say, hey.
This might answer your question.
I try that. So now we've got this huge following of on the gas side of things that are finding problems there that we're fixing. So I can't be everywhere all the time. So I'm just grateful that we have partners that we work with like this that can kind of speak on behalf of Hot Shots when those situations arise. I've always said I don't want to be a company that is marketing our products, that these are the best. I want people to feel it, use it, see it, and solve their problems. And sometimes somebody who's had a problem solved that can pass it along to another racer is the best way to create new partnerships.
And you've talked about the same thing when it comes to the trucking side. You got a fleet. You say, hey, you got 40 trucks. Try this in a couple trucks.
Yep.
On us. Try it. And next thing you know, you're going to be you're going to order for all 40 trucks, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let the data speak for itself.
Yep.
Sometimes it comes across as a sales pitch, but really, here's the data. And a trucker today, considering what fuel prices are, every penny counts.
Yeah.
I think probably more than any time in recent history, and especially if fuel breaks over $6 a gallon, which it looks very potential. And with that being said,
we've been here 3 days. I've lost total track of what's going on. Is the Strait of Hormuz open? If we bombed Iran more?
No idea.
I have no idea what's going on
either. That's a good thing about masks. We get out of the world for a little bit and just do some trucking stuff for a few days.
That's it. Absolutely.
Well, I want to thank Michael. Appreciate all you do for us. Looking for a fun season. It's always fun for you to be one of the guys out there that's carrying a flag for the diesel industry. So I'm just looking to kick up on some gas butt this year.
I can't wait. We go back to racing next month, and fingers crossed, we got our program high and tight, and we're ready to go.
Are you under like a season series? You race a number of races to see somebody's a champion of the year kind of thing?
Yes, sir. So in no time, technically you don't have a championship points run, but we're on the schedule for all the races.
Yeah.
And what we may end up finding ourselves in is going ahead and get into a class race program here in the next upcoming year. The truck can fit classes. We've just been running no time till we get everything hammered out.
I just wondered if it was possible that a diesel could ever be a championship and beat the gas guys, and how
absolutely
earth-shattering that would be to
100%.
them.
We're there. We're there.
Ryan Milliken 2 years ago did it next 275 in radio racing.
He won Lights Out or No Mercy, and then finished second in the class, and that's like one of the top levels of drag racing that's tied in, and so.
So what do the gas guys say when that happens? Just blow them away? That's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of what we were talking about earlier. The the bulk majority of the guys really respect it because they see how hard we're working. So they're actually pretty supportive.
And they're working against the grain, like we talked about earlier. Like, there's an easier way to do this. No, you can throw a big Hemi in there and put a lot of power in it. And these guys are doing it uphill the whole way.
You got it. We're fighting it at every turn. And so a lot of those guys are actually really supportive and helpful. And then you got your couple bad apples that are just jerks. And that's in every type of racing.
I remember a few years ago when Firepunk was down at No Mercy, and it was the first time a diesel ran a 3-second pass.
That's right.
And all the gas guys came over to the pit to congratulate them. So, and it was kind of like the first time, we've been knocking on the door, and I remember that some of the big name gas racers were there, and they were like, tell me about this thing. Like, what is this thing? It's a strange looking giant Bill Cummins block, and they're like, well, how often do you change this thing out? And they're like, that's the only one. It's like, well, how often do you have to refresh it? And they're like, it's been in there all season. And they're like, how many passes do you have on it? And I think they had 120 passes on it that first year. These guys are used to getting 2-3 passes and grabbing the spare engine out of the trailer, swapping it on the weekend. It like blew their mind. And so not only is the diesel performance right there on the heels and beating these guys now, we do it more efficiently and we hold our engines together better.
Absolutely.
So it's got their attention, that's for sure. And I'll tell you, none of the gas guys want to lose to the diesel.
Right.
Exactly.
Before they used to be able to dial it down just enough to beat us. Now they have to race. You have to line up.
Guys are like, I got a feather in my cap, right?
Yeah. You got it. You're exactly right.
All right, we got 2 minutes.
Great,
and we'll be done with the Steve Summers overnight drive. Final words on.
Well, Steve, another great year. We had a record year again. I say this every day this week. It's been a record day on a record year. So I want to thank everybody that stopped by the Hot Shot Secret booth. We've sold out. We brought more samples than we've ever brought, and we
went through them.
Yeah, and then our show specials went up. We signed up new dealers that are new parts of the Hot Shot Secret family. We added a bunch of new fleets to us. We had a good time with Jeff Hurt and his awesome modified tractor behind us here. We're looking forward to a good season with him. There's going to be a great poll tonight. The pro polling is going to get started here pretty soon.
In about an hour. Oh, no, 2 hours. 2 hours. 5 o'clock.
We're big supporters and sponsors of that. So we got some pollers that are in here. Just stop by the booth that are going to be polling tonight. So we wish them luck, and just looking forward to an awesome season. And it was a great few days here. It's always good getting the overnight drive out here on the road. And how was it for you? You have a good time? Get to talk to a lot of people?
This has probably been the smoothest we've had of all. Maybe 5th year, I think. This is mine. So
well, and this guy's midnight to 5 every night. So it's got to be a pleasure when you just got lined up people to talk to. That's a change. It's usually you're on the phone with everybody. They're calling in, but you got face to face for a few days.
But we've had some great guests, great interviews, and I mean. You've been a great informative interview for Straight Line Racing here this final hour.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, Steve, to come on the show. Kyle, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come here to be on Steve's show. And I'm really excited myself to see what 2026 brings for us.
Me too. Why don't you wrap us up?
That's it. We'll wrap up the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. We'll be back in the secret bunker at the midnight hour Monday night into Tuesday morning. Hope you'll join us then for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.